When I received that call, it was from a private number. It was also in the morning. I don't know whether I had already been in Rustenburg for about a week. Yeah,
now let me stop you there. The call that you testify about now, did you get it on the 16th of June 2020 or before then?
Locingo okhuluma ngalo ke owalithola ke uthi walithola ngazo i16 zika June noma ngaphambilini kwalokho.
Sit.
Sungaqhubeka ke.
Mangifonela lo muntu wayengifonela angitshela ukuthi uyiphoyisa laseGoli ngathi mina mawuyiphoyisa laseGoli ela uchintshe private number ufanele ngenamba yakhe office ukuze ngizobona ukuthi serious yile leli office i-office at.
That is the case, then change the private number into a landline so I'll be able to see and confirm that indeed you are a police officer. Contacted me with a 011 number, but it was written Johannesburg.
Angibuza ukuthi ngisawufuna nomsebenzi impendulo yami ngithi nomsebenzi okanjani lo ngoba mina ngiyasebenza.
This person then wanted to know from me, are you still looking for a job or interested in a job? I then inquired what kind of a job because I am employed.
Can I briefly stop you, Mr. Ntanzi?
The phone.
Sikhuluma ngumuntu omama.
A female person.
Proceed.
Bese ke mina ngimbuza igama lakho Thobani. Aqala nje angafuna ukungitshela igama lakhe ngimtshele ukuthi mina ngizokhuluma nami angangitshela igama lakho.
I then wanted to know from this person, who are you? Or tell me your name. She didn't want to inform me. I then said to her that I won't speak to you if you don't want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, bese ke egcina ngitshela igama lakhe. Igama lakho wayibiza ke ngoma mfundisi.
She ended up in introducing herself, and she referred to herself as being Mamfundisi.
Proceed.
Emveni kwalokho ke bese ke esho ukuthi cha kahle kahle kunecala ngifunela lona.
Thereafter, she then said to me that there was a particular matter or case that she was looking me for. I then asked her, if you are then saying that you are looking me for a particular looking for me for a with regards to a particular matter, do you know the person that you are? Me that I'm looking for you for with regards to Senzo's matter.
Let me stop you again, Mr. Ntanzi. That telephone call I asked you previously, was it before the incident of the 16th of June 2020, or was it?
Noma kusemuva kwe-16.
I-16 zazingakafika ngathi ungifonele before ngizoya kwi-16 mina ngisuka ekhaya.
So usho ukuthi ukufonela zingakashayi i-16.
Zingakashayi.
It was before the 16th.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that point. Then what happened next?
Kwase kwenzekani ke emva kwalokho?
Wase ngibuza ukuthi ngikuphi nendawo eRustenburg.
She then wanted to know from me where precisely I was in Rustenburg.
Ngamtshela ke mina ngihlala eFreedom Park.
I informed her that I was staying in Freedom Park.
Phase 2.
Phase 2.
And what happened after that call?
Emva kwalelo cingo ke kwase kwenzekani?
Ngahlala nje, ngayihlalela.
I just
ngangilinde kuya ku medical kahle kahle ngoba ngangibuye emalangeni la eCorona.
Okay, I just sat around there or sat there because I was expecting to go to medicals because I was just coming from, it refers to it as being Corona days. Uma uthe emalangeni kahle kahle uthi wabuya kuphi? Uma uthi wabuya emalangeni eCorona?
Angithi sikade sivaliwe
emsebenzini. Yeah, oh okay.
Sikuthiwa
Okay. It was just after we had been requested not to come to work because of COVID.
Now I want to take you and direct your attention to the events of the 16th of June 2020. Do you recall the incidents that happened on that day?
Ngizokuthatha ke manje ngikusekulona ke leli langa langa i16 zika June 2020. Uyakhumbula okwenzeka ngaleli langa langa i16 zika June?
Yebo.
Yes.
What happened?
Kwenzekani?
Ngangilele endlini kwanokha abantu abayi2.
I was sleeping at home and two people knocked.
Obhuti nje abayi2.
Two gentlemen.
Let's clarify this. When you say you were sleeping at home, where is home?
Uma uthi ke walele endlini kuphi endlini?
Ngangilele lapha engirenta khona eRustenburg.
Where I was
Freedom Park phase 2.
Renting in Rustenburg, Freedom Park in phase 2.
Do you know the address of that residence where you stayed in
Ikheli
June
la
2020.
ikheli la khona lapho uyalazi?
Angisakhumbuli masenginesikhathi.
I can't remember it. It's been a while.
Then what happened as the two males knocked at your residence?
Uma ke laba bhuti laba babili ke benqonqoza ke kwasekwenzekani?
Ngisukumile ngavula eminyango.
I stood up and I opened the door.
Then what happened?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Mabe ngena endlini kwangena obhuti abayi2.
Yebo.
Bangibingelela ngavula.
Two gentlemen came in up when I opened. They greeted and I responded.
Proceed.
Omunye wasethi hayi sifuna wena Siyanda.
And then one of them said, "We are looking for you, Siyanda."
Bese ngimbuza ke mina ngithi
To me as Siyanda.
And they say, we are looking for you. Did they identify themselves to you?
Laba babili ke abanqonqoza wabavule wasukuma wabavulela bangena babingelela ingaba bazethula yini noma basho ukuthi bawobani kuwena?
bazethule kimi sesiphandle la ngoba bathi bacela ukukhuluma nami phandle.
They introduced themselves when we were outside because they requested me that we have a chat outside.
And outside, we'll come back to in the house. Outside, who did they introduce themselves as?
Uma bezethula ke bathi bangobani?
Bathi bangamaphoyisa abayinjeyanga igama street lakhe wathi uyiphoyisa.
They introduced themselves as police officers. He did not tell me his name, but just said he's a police officer.
And now, one of them says, we are looking for you. What's the name that he said? Siyanda.
But Siyanda, what is Siyanda ngithi? Yes.
And
Yeah.
because your name is not Siyanda, what was your response?
Nanjengoba ke
That.
Kamala usho ukuthi ngoba wena angisiyana uSiyanda. Why wathini ke wena uma ethi wena kuyena Siyanda? Wathini wena uma uphendula?
Ngamtshela ngathi mina ngiseyo Siyanda. Ubani omtshela ukuthi ngoSiyanda wathi na ngilethe ID ufuna ukuconfirma ngeID.
I informed him that I am not Siyanda. Who told you that I am Siyanda? Then he requested me to bring my identity document as confirmation.
Proceed.
Ngase ngithi nami ukuze ngikunike iID le ngicela ukubona na uthi uyiphoyisa na ungikhiphele lokho zakho uthi uyiphoyisa ngizobona.
I also made a request that now that seeing that now you are requesting my ID as confirmation, give me your confirmation as well so that I can see that you are indeed a police officer.
And did that gentleman produce his
Wakwenza-
appointment card, or
sorry.
both of them produced identification cards?
Uma usumcela ukuthi akuboniseke wakwenza lokho yena.
Wakwenza yedwa lo wena omzimba.
Yes, the
Ongangikhombisanga lo omunye nomzimba lo okahle nje.
the one that was well built did produce it, but the other one who was just with isake ikhadi lakhe ke lokuthi uyiphoyisa ke wabona ukuthi ubani. Or noma
Or did he
wathola
tell
ukuthi
you his
ubani
name
noma
once
wakutshela
he
igama
produced the
lakhe?
identification card?
Wagcina yena ekhuluma yena ukuthi ngoba la gama labhalwe lapha lenhlolo kulifunda.
He ended up telling me who his name was because it was difficult.
Nekhanda wasengitshena yena ukuthi ubani.
Because it was difficult for me to read the name that was written there. I could see just the head or the face, but he then told me who he was.
What did he tell you his name was?
Wathi kuubani?
Wathi usayitsheni Mkhane.
Sergeant Mukhane.
Okay, then proceed with what transpired.
Lo munye lo wabe sengitshela ngomkhane ukuthi hayi lo usayitsheni Mabhena.
I was then informed by Sergeant Mukhane that my colleague here is Sergeant Mabena.
Proceed then, what transpired?
Emve ngalokho ke basebethi iphone.
Thereafter, they then wanted to,
Abanika ke iphone yami i2.
they wanted to know where my phone was. I gave them my phone, I2.
And the phones that you gave them, do you still remember the models of those phones?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. I said, I thought maybe the witness was referring to a brand, but he was saying that I gave them two of my phones.
Okay.
Yes.
So do you recall the models of those phones that you handed over to the two police officers?
Lama phone amabili owabanikeza wona ke ingabe uyawakhumbula yini amagama awo ukuthi kwakuyimaphi iwaphi ama phone?
Yeah.
Yes.
What were they?
Always Samsung J5.
Samsung J5.
And the other one?
Lenenye lencane nga kwakungiyasisi ngoba ngangoyifakela iscreen ngalo my headset amafoni amancane angaka.
The other one was a small phone. It was my sister's phone because I was going to have it to have a screen put on that phone. It's small, one of those small phones. I'm not sure whether it's a Hisense.
And what did the officer that you handed the phone to do with those phones?
Lona ke owamnikeza amafoni wase enzani ke ngalawo amafoni owamnikeza wona.
Ngamnika wawabuka wawaphatha wase yena khipha ifoni yakhe ekhwethini efonela lo muntu amfonela ngabona futhi sekuringa ifoni yami asikhathi ke sethi ke hamba ogqoka ndoda sifuna wena samba nawe.
Looked at the phones, took out his phone, made a call, and then a call came through my phone. That's when he then said to me, go and get dressed. We are looking for you.
And roughly what time did these police officers arrive at your place?
Nkathi befika la uhlala khona kwakubani isikhathi?
Kwakusebusuku ngoba phela ilanga belishosha lishona lezo nsuku lesikhathi angisasikhumbuli ngoba kwakusebusika kubanda.
It was at night, and I'm not certain about the time because it was sunset was very early during those times because it was during the winter.
And at the time the police officers came to your residence, were you by yourself or in the company of somebody else?
Nkathi amaphoyisa efika lapha kwakho kwakuwena nje uwedwa noma ukhona umuntu owawunaye?
Ukhona umuntu anginaye.
I was in the company of someone else.
And who was that person?
Kwakubani? Lebuhile.
Phethane isibongo sakhe.
His surname is Phethane.
And what was the nature of your relationship with that person?
Nanihlanganiswa yini noLebuhile?
Sasithandana.
We were in a love relationship.
Now proceed from where you say they told you, the police officers told you to dress up because they were looking for you. What then transpired after that?
Ushilo ke ukuthi basebethi ke noma ethi omunye ke hamba ogqoka sifuna wena kwase kwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho?
Ngihambile ngayogqoka mangibuya ngagqoka nje impahla zami nejacket mangibuya base bengifasa ngama handcuff ngifasa usayitsheni lo ethenga umkhana.
I then went to get dressed, came back, just wore my clothes as well as a jacket. When I came back, I was handcuffed by Sergeant Mukhane.
Mangilokhu ke ngibabuza mina ukuthi okokuqala nengibiza ngegama ongesilonela ngiphinde ngithatha ifoni athi ifoni yami lo nto le ibizwa ngokuthiwa yini lona komunye lo wasethi ngingababuza amasimba ngathi mina ngibuza ukuthi uthini wase ngishaya ngempama lo omzimba omncane.
I kept on asking as to how is it or what is it that's happening. Firstly, you referred to me by an incorrect name, took my phones, answered my phone, and so what is it? And then the other one, that is now the one that is referred to as Mabena, then said to me that I should not ask them nonsense, but that's not the word the witness used. I think everyone heard the word. And he then smacked me.
Somewhere else they didn't hear the word in the SCA, for instance.
Interpretation.
I said the SCA, they didn't hear the word.
Okay. Said, don't ask me shit.
Yes.
And where did he slap you, Mabena?
Wakshaya kuphi Mabena?
Ongishaya ngempama ngoba izandla zayifaswe so.
The witness is pointing to his left side of his face and indicating he hit me here because my hands were tied like this, referring, showing to the back, to his back.
And after that, what transpired?
Kwase kwenzekani emuva kwalokho?
Ngangena ke emotweni Fortuna lebe bahamba ngayo emhlophe.
I got into the vehicle that they were traveling in, a white Fortuner.
Where in that Fortuna did the policeman place you?
Bakuhlalisa kuphi nendawo kuleyo Fortuner leyo?
Ngangena ngasemveni kwakho Mabena nkosenkatwa.
As I came in, I sat behind Mabena.
And that motor vehicle, was it a marked police vehicle or a plain unmarked police vehicle?
Kwakuyimoto ebhaliwe yini oyibonayo ukuthi imoto yamaphoyisa noma yayingabhaliwe?
Ayengabhale ukuthi imoto ngabona ngoblue light sengingaphakathi.
It was unmarked. I only noticed the blue light when I was inside the vehicle.
Now, before you got into the car, did those police officers, Mohani and Mabena, whilst you were still at your residence, either inside the house or outside the house, did they confront you with some sort of evidence about what they were looking for you for?
Nkathi ke niselaphayana ningekayongena emotweni noma naningaphandle endlini noma niphakathi ke kukhona yini ubufakazi abathi naku esinako ngakuwena ke ingakho sikufuna nje ngoba sinalokho ngakuwena khona ubufakazi ababethi banabo ingakho bekufuna nje
Wangikhombisa isithombe because enkantolo.
Pointed out a picture or a photo to me.
Was it a physical photo or was that photo shown to you from a device?
Isithombe lesi ukubonisa isithombe mhlambe usibonisa sisephepheni noma ukubonisa isithombe sise efonini
Sasisefonini.
from a device, a phone.
And can you describe the photo that was displayed to you?
Ungasichaza lesithombe lesi owasitshengisa ungasisho ukuthi kusichaze ukuthi kwakuyisithombe sikanjani.
Lapha enkantolo angasiboni.
I haven't sorry qhubeka.
Angasiboni lapha enkantolo esengangisikhombisa ngomhana.
The one that was pointed out to me by Mukhane, I haven't yet seen it here in court.
Describe that photograph.
Awusichaze.
Kwakuwumuntu wayegqoke iskipa semkhono emide.
It was a person that was wearing a long sleeve shirt or t-shirt.
Ngoba kwakuzithombe ezide wayegqoka iskipa eside engaveli ngapha isingezansi.
Ngoba kwakuyithombe ingake
Kwakuzithombe entathu.
because there were three pictures. You could see that this person is wearing a long sleeve t-shirt, but you could not see the bottom part. Yebo?
Iskipa nje ngathi lesikipa zamadayisi lezi enalentolo lapha esifubeni.
This is what you would refer to in the township refers to as being the dice, but it has the diamond shape.
And the third photo?
Esesithathu?
Esinye sasingavezi ubuso bonke. Sasiveza amazinyo kuphela.
The other picture did not portray the whole face. It was only the teeth that one could see, but not the entire face.
Thanks, Milo.
Yes.
Just to track back a bit, when the police officer said to you, now dress up, we are looking for you, did they tell you the case or anything that they were looking for you for?
Uma bethi ke hamba ogqoka sifuna wena bakutshela yini ngecala noma yini kahle kahle le ababekufunela yona.
Wayeseshilo ke umuntu ngifunela ecala kaSenzo.
He had already said to me or indicated to me that they were looking for me with regard to Senzo's matter.
Now, Constable Mohani has testified in this court, and he testified that when he arrested you on the 16th of June 2020, he specifically told you that they were arresting you on Nongoma Case 186 of 10 of 2018. I'm sorry, it's 163 of 10 2020, the Nongoma case, it's a murder case. Did he tell you that?
Usergeant Mukhane nkathi ethula ubufakazi bakhe la enkantolo abakusho ke kule nkantolo ukuthi washo kuwena ukuthi ukubophela icala u163 ka10 2020 icala la kwaNongoma.
Ayi, Nkosi enkantolo kongiqala ukuzwa ngaye mayefika la.
I heard that for the very first time from him when he arrived here, my lord.
Now, when the two officers arrive at your place and they've now identified themselves as police officers and now they are going to arrest you for a particular murder case, did they warn you of your constitutional rights?
Manje ke kunalamaphoyisa amabili angenile futhi ke manje sebeyakubopha ke ingaba bachazela yini noma bakwexwayisa yini ngamalungelo onawo ngokomthetho sisekelo.
Angikhumbuli.
I can't recall.
For example, did Mabena or Mohani advise you that you've got the right to remain silent?
Umabhena noba Mukhane basho yini kuwena ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi uthule ungasho lutho?
Nkosi enkantolo angikhumbuli ngoba umkhane mina sasingezwana ngelanguage la ekhuluma umuntu angangicishe ngimuzwe kancane lo munye lo ngoba wagcina ngitshela emveni kwesikhathi ukuthi ungumndebele. Angisizwe ilanguage ekhuluma ukuthi kuyahambiselana nesiZulu.
My lord, I do not remember because there was this language barrier between myself and Mukhane. We couldn't understand each other. The person that I could at least, not completely, my lord, understand was the other person because he ended up telling me that he was Ndebele, which was a bit closer to isiZulu.
Yeah, but let's continue regarding the rights specifically. Did he also warn you that you've got a right not to say anything to them and
Mr. Ramosekedi,
yes,
this witness, your witness, twice, he says, I can't remember.
that's fine.
I
That's
can't
fine.
remember.
All right. And you've testified now that for the first time you hear that you were wanted on an Ngoma case was here in court when Mohani testified, correct?
Usushilo ke ukuthi nkathi kuzokuqala ke mayelana necala lakho noNgoma ukuzwela enkantolo nkathi umuhane ethula ubufakazi.
yebo nkosi enkantolo.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, as they take you, the police officers, did they tell Kilebogile, your partner, where were they taking you?
Nkathi bekuthatha ke behamba nawe basho yini kuLebuhile ukuthi bakusa kuphi?
akaze bamtshene nix.
They never told her anything.
Did they leave their contacts so that she can then phone and know your whereabouts?
Ingabe bashiya yini amanamba abo ukuze ukuthi ke abafonele uma azi ukuthi ukuphi nendawo?
Cha akaze bawashiya amanamba.
No, they never left their contacts.
Now, I want to proceed, you to proceed from the stage when you were placed in a car. Where were you taken?
Ngifuna ke manje uqhubekeke kusuka kulesikhathi ke ufakwa ke manje emotweni noma ke ungena emotweni bakuthatha bakusa kuphi?
Bangithatha ngangena emontweni sahamba saye e-Pro station le yasePhukeng.
From there we proceeded to the Phukeng police station.
Why
Kodwa
was it-
masamba lapha endleleni
Sorry,
wayelokho
let me
engibuza
cut you.
umabhene imibuzo.
Let me cut you, sorry for that. Why was it necessary for them to take you to Pukeng SAPS?
Kwakuyini kwakungani bekusa noma behamba nawe beya nawe epolice station yasePhukeng?
Babehamba namaphoyisa lana khona kodwa wona wangenanga lapha endlini nami nasejardini aye nje emgwaqeni la.
They were in the company of police officers, but those police officers did not get into the premises where I was staying. They were just standing on the road.
And those police officers, do you know the station where they emanated from?
Lawo maphoyisa lawo ngabe uyazi yini ukuthi babebuya kwesiphi station ngamagama ukuthi babesebenzela kuphi?
Ngabona imoto ebhala umbhalo khona ePhukeng.
I saw vehicles that were written Phukeng,
Ngoba na imoto mayisuka eFreedom Park zaya straight khona.
because even when the cars left Freedom Park, they went straight there.
So let's clarify this. On the 16th of June 2020, the cars that arrived at your place was the Toyota Fortuner and there were other marked cars from Pukeng SAPS, correct?
Asichaze nje lokucaceke noma kuzwakaleke ukuthi uthi imoto ezazikhona lapha yana kwakho noma lapho ohlala khona kwakuyile Fortuner kanye nezinye imoto ezayibhaliwe owabona ukuthi zibhalwe Phukeng.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now you are in the motor vehicle being transported and you were about to explain where you were transported, but first this one. How were you handcuffed then in that car?
Emotweni ke manje phakathi ke wawufaswe kanjani?
Nangihleli so izifaswe ngemuva izandla.
I was seated like this, the witness his hands being at the back. My hands were behind me.
You can proceed from then.
Usungaqhubeka ke.
Sihambile ke saze safika masamba lapha ngemoto endleleni umabhene lokho engibuza ukuthi ngangekuphi kushona uSenzo.
We proceeded, but as we were traveling, Mabena kept on asking me where I was when Senzo passed on.
What was your response?
Wathini umuphendula?
Ngathi mina angikuzi ukuthi uthini. Lento ngibuza ngoba okokuqala usungishayela ngithi usangibini osangibuzayo ngoba phela uthi uzongibopha ngithi uza nento wena ozana uthi uzongibopha, so anginayo impendulo ngoba ngeke ngikhumbule ukuthi ngangi
Wenza lento ubuyicele ukuthi ungayenzi ne? Yeah. Okay. Asiqale phansi uthini?
ngithi mina ngamphendula Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi angeke ngikwazi ukuphendula.
I then responded to him by saying,
Ngoba-
I won't be able to answer you because
Ngoba usungibeka isandla.
you have already assaulted me.
Okunye uze lapha ke umuntu uzongibopha ngibophela ecala malo uyaphinda ungibuza imibuzo futhi.
And secondly, you came to me and said to me that you are here to arrest me for a matter, but still you are asking me questions.
Athuleke bese sihamba sesingene khona ePhukeng phakathi ePro station.
He then kept quiet and then we drove into the police station in Phukeng.
What specifically happened at Pukeng, SAPS?
Khona ke lapho ePhukeng le kwenzekani yini eyenzeka epolice station lasePhukeng?
Ngahlala emotweni naye lo Mabhena umkhani waphuma wangena ngaphakathi yena.
I remained in the vehicle with Mabena and Mukhane went inside.
Proceed further.
Qhubeka.
Emveni kwalokho ke ngabona esedumisa ese reverse imoto siphuma hamba.
Thereafter, I then saw him then switching the ignition on, and then the vehicle left.
Proceed further.
Qhubeka.
Yeza ke imoto yaze yafika lapho engazi khona le police station la angangayazi.
Mawuthi la kuphi?
La ePitori.
Okay. The vehicle then proceeded to this unknown police station here in Pretoria.
And later on, during the course of your incarceration, did you learn the name of that police station?
Kamuva ke sewulapho ke kule police station ngabe wase ulazi ke igama lalo police station le?
Cha ngilazi emveni kwesikhathi kosenkantolo.
It was only after a while that I got to know about it.
And what was the name of the police station?
La kwakuyini igama layo? The police station?
Emveni kwesikhathi.
Musuyazi wathola ukuthi yini igama layo police station le?
Pretoria Mot.
Pretoria Mot.
North.
No, not on Mot, I'm sure la.
Moot, M-O-O-T.
Okay.
A moat in English, M-O-A-T.
If I may clarify, evidence has been led in this court by Mohane, Mohola, and others that on the 16th of June 2020, you were booked at Pretoria North SAPS. Would you recall that?
Sekunobufakazi ke obethulweke kule nkantolo ke Mukhane kanye nabanye ukuthi ngazo i16 zika June lezo 2020 ipolice station abayokufaka kuyona ke noma bayokubhuka kuyona ke kwakuyi Pretoria North.
Would you agree with that? That's the police station that you were booked at. You
Ungavuma.
won't dispute that.
Ngavuma noma ungakuphikisa lokho bona bathi Pretoria North.
Police station ngangakayazi obama.
I wouldn't dispute it because I myself I didn't know the name of the police station.
Now, let's go to the events of the 17th of June 2020 at Pretoria North Police Station, where you woke up on the morning of the 17th. Do you recall that date?
Asindluleke manje siye kwilanga elilandelayo ke lazo 17 zika June 2020 ila owavuka ke manje uvuka kuleyo police station leyo uyalikhumbula lelo langa lelo?
Yeah, what was the 17th?
Yes, it was the 17th.
Could you explain to the court what transpired on that date?
Ngayichazela ke inkantolo ukuthi kwenzekani ngalelo langa.
Yebo, kosenkantolo nge 17 kwaqala kwafika umuntu oyiwana ephethe camera hamba nomkhana.
My lord, there was a person that arrived. That person was in possession of a camera and accompanied by Mukhane.
Proceed.
Yebo.
Umkhana nguye wangivulela eseleni phakathi.
Mukhane is the one who opened the cell for me.
Proceed.
Yep.
Ngamanje la kune passage lapha. Wase lo muntu lo athi angime straight ngithatha ithombe.
I just stood in there. There was a passage there. I stood there. That person then instructed me to stand up straight and took photos of me.
Proceed.
Waphinda athi angigumule nepahla ngithatha ithombe ufuna ukubona umzimba la ngaphezulu.
Also instructed me to undress or take off my clothes, the my upper clothes, as well as to see my body.
Waphinda athi angigumule neqathula.
Also instructed me to take off my shoes.
Proceed further.
Yeah.
Base bengiphinda bengibuyisela eseleni ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And at that time they then took me back to the cells.
And did anything again happen later on the 17th at the?
Waphinda wabuya kosenkantolo nomkhane no eseza no nephoyisa lebengilandana neRustenburg uSergeant Mabhena.
Mukhane came back, my lord, together with the police officer that he was traveling with in Rustenburg, that is Mabhena.
Bafika bangivulela futhi base bengicover lapha ama handcuff.
They opened up for me and then they placed handcuffs on me.
And where did they take you?
Baya kuphi now?
Kwahamba umkhani phambili Mabhena ngemuva ngilandela umkhani.
Mukhane was in front, Mabena was behind, and I was instructed to follow Mukhane.
And where did they take you?
Naya kuphi?
Safe nje sangena kwenye nje indawo nje nespace eyayinetafula so
We just got into this spacious place that had a table. Yebo.
mangifika khona nkosenkantolo ngafica kugcwele abantu abaningi.
On my arrival there, I found a lot of people.
And when you say, when you arrived at that place, evidence has been led in court that on the 17th by Mukhane Mukhola, that you were taken to a boardroom where you were asked questions or interrogated. Are you talking about the same incident?
Kufakazike obethule phambi kwalenkantolo ke bathi bakuthatha bakusa kuyovisi elithize ke la owabuzwa khona ke imibuzo ngabe kusho lokho?
Yebo bangesi kodwa bangangabuzwa yebo imibuzo.
Yes, I was taken there, but they are not the ones who were asking me questions.
Okay. And further, you testify now that there were several people. Were those people police officers as well?
Nanjengoba uthi wafica kunabantu abaningi labo bantu labo wabafica lapho kwakwamaphoyisa nabo.
Angazi uma kwamaphoyisa azange bangitshela futhi ayikho into abangikhombisa yona nkosenkantolo.
I'm not aware whether they were police because they never informed me and there's nothing that I was shown.
Uyiwani umuntu wagcina ekhuluma nami engitshela ukuthi ubani.
There's only one person who ended up, who spoke to me, ended up telling me who that person was, or who he or she was.
And who was that person?
Kwakubani loyo muntu loyo?
Ubaba uGininda.
Mr. Gininda.
And please proceed further.
Qhubeka ke.
Utheke mase ngichazela uGininda ukuthi yena uBrother Gininda wathi mangikhiphe imask.
When he introduced himself that he was Brigadier Gininda, he then told me to remove my mask.
And I waseyikhipha ngoba ngambona straight yena. Ayikhiphile imask.
He also removed his, and then I could see him clearly after he had removed his mask.
And what transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Emveni kwalokho nkosenkantolo wayesengibuza ukuthi ngangikuphi ngo-October.
Thereafter, he then asked me where I was in October.
And what was your response there too?
Yathini impendulo yakho kulokho?
Ngathi mina angisakhumbuli ukuthi ngangikuphi ngoba ngiyasebenza futhi ngumuntu othanda nokuya ekhaya.
I then said that I can't remember as to where I was because I am employed and I also like to go home.
Let me clarify this. When he asked you, where were you in October, did he specify the date and the year of that October?
Uma ekubuza ukuthi wawukuphi ngo-October, ngabe unyaka wawuchaza kanye ne-date wayichaza?
Wayichaza yizo sengasakhumbula ukuthi is it 27 or 26 angisakhumbule kahle.
He mentioned it, although I just can't remember whether he said the 26 or the 27, I can't remember well.
And you testify now then that you gave an answer that you've just proffered now. What then transpired?
Uthi ke emuva kokuthi usumphendulileke kwasekwenzekani?
Mase ngiphendula ukuthi angisakhumbuleka wasethi kimi ucela ukubona umzimba wami. Ngoba ngangigqoka ijacket nje nemkhono emide neskipa seFabian ngaphansi asiyelo.
He then requested me, after I had answered him, to take off my clothes. He would like to see my body because I was wearing a jacket and as well as a yellow Fabiani t-shirt underneath.
Let's stop it there. I want to ask you several clarification questions. The several people that you referred to as being there in the boardroom, how many were there?
Labantu okhuluma ngako nanjengoba usho ukuthi wafica kunabantu abaningi. Babe bangaki?
Angibakhontanga nkosenkantolo ngoba bona babe baningi ngoba izitulo etafula so babegcwele so.
I didn't count them, my lord, because there were many of them, as well as the chairs were right around the table.
The reason I ask you that is that evidence has been led in this court to say the people that were in that board meeting was firstly Mabena, Mukhane, and Mukhola testified that she joined them towards the latter part of the meeting and that Gininda was not there. What is your comment?
Imbangela ke ukuthi ngikubuze lokho ngoba ubufakazi obethuliwe phambi kwalenkantolo ukuthi abantu ababekhona lapho kwakuMabena, uMukhane, waze umukhula wase ezoba ingxenye kamuva ke yaloyo mhlangano loyo kodwa ke kubufakazi babo bashilo bathi uGininda wayengekho lapho uthini wena kuloko
wayekhona Nkosi enkantolo kulona iqiniso ukuthi wayengekho.
He was there, my lord. It's not true that he wasn't there.
Now, I clarified that you are at a stage where you are requested to take off your clothes now for the second time that day. Who requested you to do that?
Uthi ke kwasucelwa ukuthi ukhumuleke le impahla wawuyigqokile ukuthi ubani owacela lokho?
Moyo baba lo Gininda.
It's Mr. Gininda.
And proceed further.
Qhubeka.
So it's from my understanding, when you say he said you must take off your clothes, you mean all your clothes? Remain being stuck naked or what?
Ukuzwisisa nje kahle ke uma uthi ke wacela ukuthi ukhumuleke wathi ukhumule konke wawugqokile ube nqunu nje noma wathi ukhumuleni?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo ngakhipha lokho wangaphezulu kuphela ngashela ngebhuluka.
Only the upper part clothes, that which I was wearing on my upper body, my lord, as well as the shoes.
Then what transpired after you took your clothes off?
Kwasekuthini ke emuva kokuthi ukhumulile?
Kwaseke uMabhena waqala wasumabhena weza ke Nkosi enkantolo engibuka la. Wase ngibuza uMabhena ukuthi akaze ngwenze namathathu futhi angaze ngiboshwe yini.
Then Mabhena stood up, approached me, and he looked at me, this part, the witness pointing to the upper arms, both sides, and asked me, have you ever made tattoos and have you ever been arrested?
What was your response there to?
Wathini umuphendula?
Ngathi mina ngiyaqala ukuboshiwa angizange ngiboshwe.
I said to him that it's the very first time that I'm being arrested. I've never been arrested.
And about the tattoos, had you had tattoos before?
Wasuthini ke ngamathathu?
Ngathi angizange bene tattoo.
I said I've never had tattoo.
Then proceed further.
Qhubeka ke.
Phinde wathi mangiphinde ngikhamisa umlomo ngawukhamisa umlomo.
He also asked me or requested me to open up my mouth, which I did.
Engibuka ngamehlo so yona yena uMabhena Nkosi enkantolo.
And Mabhena himself was looking at me, my lord, with his eyes.
Wasephinda engibuza ukuthi ngangalifaka ni igolide ngamtshela ngathi cha.
He also wanted to know or asked me, have I ever had a gold tooth? I said no.
Let me stop here. Now, in the boardroom, from the time you enter to the time when you are made to do all of those things, take off half-waist your clothes, open your mouth, let me check your tattoos. Did anyone explain your constitutional rights to you?
Nikulelo kamera lelo ke nkathi ungena lapho zenziwa zonke lezi zinto oyibalayo ukuthi ukhamise ukhumule icathulo owugqokile la ngaphezulu ukhona nje umuntu wachazela ke ukuthi mayela namalungelo akho onawo.
Ayangikhumbuli mina ngoba umuntu mezongena kimi ethi mina igama lami nguBrakati Gininda ebese ngibuza umbuthi ngangingokuphelanga ngaliso ayangikhumbula ngitshela ngamalungelo.
No, I don't remember, my lord, because when someone comes to me, then introduces himself as being Brigadier Gininda, then asks me where I was on a particular day, I then don't remember being asked about or being warned about rights.
And let's clarify this for purposes of the future. Did he say I'm Brigadier Gininda or I'm Gininda? Because his title by then was not Brigadier.
Asikulungiseke lokho ukuthi wathi kuyena engabe yena wathi kuwena ngiuGininda noma ngiuBrigadier Gininda ngoba ngaleso sikhathi leso wayengekabi uyena uBrigadier. So ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi wathini uma eyichaza kuwena.
Angisakhumbuli uma wathi bangikhona igama libizayo vele ngangimashine igama lesibongo sakhe mina Nkosi enkantolo.
I can't remember, my lord, but there is a name that he mentioned, my lord. But he mentioned his surname.
Okay. Now, regarding the taking off of the clothes, Mohane and Mohola have testified in this court and have denied the allegation that you were made to take off your clothes.
Mayelana ke naloko kushoyo ukuthi bakhumulisa ke owugqokile umkhanye kanye naye umuhula kuyona lenkantolo nkathi bethula ubufakazi babo ke bakuphikile ukuthi bona bathi kuwena khumula impahla.
Akusho ngobona vele ngikhompahla washo uGininda ukuthi angikhumele impahla ngoba izithombe ngayithathiwa ngefoni izithombe lezi zomzimba ngaphezulu ibhoda ngaphezulu.
They are not the ones who instructed me to take off my clothes. It was Gininda who instructed me to take off my clothes, and a phone was used to take photos of me.
Now, let's clarify this. You are asked to remove your clothes. They inspect you for whatever they're inspecting you for. You are asked to open your mouth cavity for the reasons that they said. Was there anything else that was asked of you regarding your appearance in 2014?
Ngaphandle kwaleso soyishilo ke ukhunyuliswa ukhamisiswa khona okunye abakwenzisa kona.
Wangithatha zona nje ithombe emva lokho ke wasetha uzobuyeze kimi.
I took photos of me there after he told me that he would come back to me.
Ngase ngihamba bengibuyisela emaseleni phakathi.
I then left and they took me back inside the cells.
Before you go on, did anyone in that meeting ask you about the type of hairstyle that you had in 2014?
Ukhona yini kulabo owakubuza mayelana ke ukuthi ngo2014 inywele zakho zazi kanjani noma ihairstyle owawunayo ngo2014? Ukhona kubona owakubuza ngehairstyle owawunayo?
Lokho ngakubuza uGininda la ngibuza ngedread ngangaba nedread ngathi cha.
That was asked to me by Gininda whether I'd had dreadlocks. I then said no.
And was anything asked of you about your occupation? What were you doing in 2020?
Ingabe khona yini
I mean in
owakubuza
2014, I'm sorry.
owakubuzwa ukuthi umsebenzi owawenza noma usebenza phi noma wenza umsebenzi onjani ngo2014?
Akazange ngibuza uGininda ukuthi bengenza umsebenzi umono. Wayengibuza yena kuphela ukuthi ngangikuphi ngedate so ngoba yena wayengibuza ukuthi mina ngihlala kuphi eFosolwas. Ngithi mina Nkosi enkantolo la ngihlala eFosolwas.
He never asked me that question because what Gininda was asking me where I was on a particular date, and he also wanted to know where I was staying in Fosolwas, and I said that I'm not staying in Fosolwas.
eFosolwas ngiyangogidingo.
I only go to Fosolwas when we have to perform, whether we are singing, we are dancing.
And did the police officers, in regard to the so-called Senzo case, did they ask you about certain individuals?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Regarding the arrest on the Senzo in that boardroom, was he asked about if he knew certain individuals?
Nkathi ke bekhuluma nawe laphayana ne bekubuza ke mayelana nelicala leli lika Senzo, ingaba bakhona abantu abathize yini abakubuza ngabo?
Kulaba bephakathi abanye.
Kulaba
babehleli khona la phakathi.
Abona njengoba bekhuluma nawe nje,
Yeah.
angithi bakubuza ukuthi wawukuphi ngelanga elithize kanye wawukuphi kathi uSenzo eShona. Ingaba kunabantu nje bakubuza ukuthi uyamazi ubani, ubuza leyo nto ukuthi bakhona yini abantu ababekubuza ngabo ukuthi uyabazi yini? Umuntu othize uyamazi.
Awengakangibuzi lapho ngibuza emveni kwesikhathi.
No, he didn't ask me that. He asked me that after some time.
Now, both Mohani and Mohola have testified that when you were asked about your whereabouts on the 26th of October 2014, you said that you were at work. What is your comment?
Bobabili ke uMukhane kanye naye uMukhula bathe uma bethula ubufakazi babo kulenkantolo ukuthi uma ubuzwa ukuthi wawukuphi ngazo i26 zika October 2014 wena ke wathi umbaphendula ukuthi wawusemsebenzini.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo ngathi mina angisakhumbuli.
No.
Ukuthi ngangikupha ngama ngisemsebenzini ngoba ngangisekhaya.
No, my Lord, I said I cannot recall or cannot remember. I don't know whether I was at work or I was home.
And by home, what do you mean?
Uma uthe khaya, usho?
Ekhaya eNatal kwaNongoma.
Home in Natal, Nongoma.
And at that meeting, did you inform Mohani that you are willing to take the police to your workplace in Carltonville?
Kulowo mhlangano loyo washo yini kuMukhane ukuthi wena kuyimisele ukuthi ungawathatha amaphoyisa uye nawe emsebenzini eCarltonville?
Angikaze ngikusho lapho Nkosi enkantolo. Nguye kuphela wangivulela wathi ngingene emotweni ngayibona imoto isifika lapha engangisebenza khona ethi angikhomba ukuthi ngangisebenza kuyiphi shaft la.
I never said that, my Lord. I was just placed in the vehicle. I saw the vehicle driving, and the vehicle drove to my workplace. He then told me to point which shaft I was working in.
Now, at the conclusion of the meeting in the boardroom, what then transpired?
Seqedwa ke manje noma lo mhlangano sowuphela ke manje kwase kwenzekani ke uma sebeqeda ke ngayo konke lokho ababekwenzeka lapha. Kwasekwenzekani?
Maqeda umhlangano lo ngoba uGininda wayelokho ethi angifuni ukukhuluma iqiniso kuwe ngimbuze ukuthi iqiniso lephi engizolikhuluma.
When that meeting ended or finished, my lord, because Gininda kept on saying that I don't want to tell the truth, and I was asking him which truth must I tell? Yeah.
And contextually, when he says you don't want to speak the truth, what was he referring to?
Uma esho wayekhuluma ngani? Sikhuluma ngoGininda ke manje. Uma ethi ke wena ke awufuni ukukhuluma iqiniso, wayekhuluma ngani?
Wayekhuluma ngecala la ngibophelelo nelengilapha ngosenkantolo.
He was referring to the matter that he had arrested me for, the matter that I'm appearing in court for right now.
And what were your responses to his questions regarding your whereabouts and your knowledge?
Wasuthini ke kuwena mayelana nokuthi wawukuphi kanye nolwazi lwakho? Wathini wena uma umphendula kulokho?
Mina ngamtshela ngathi angazi lutho ngosenkantolo.
I told him that I knew nothing, my lord.
And then now the meeting in the boardroom concludes. What then happens to you? What transpires?
Kwase kuqediwe ke manje lana ke kulomhlangano la enhlezi khona kwase kwenzekani?
Mase siqedile ukungibuza imibuzo khona elokhuza ayesiphethe isithombe.
When we had finished asking me questions, there is a photo that he had. Yebo.
Proceed further.
Yebo.
Ezithombe mayibekala uyangibuza ukuthi ubani lo ngithi mina hayi angabade angibazi la.
It's actually photos, my lord. And he placed these photos right here in front of him. He would then point, who is this, who's this, and who is this? I would then say, no, I don't know these people.
And then what transpired?
Kwase kwenzekani?
Mangithi angibazi wase ngibuza ngesinye sasingale ngemuva athi ubani lo ngathi lo muntu angimazi mina ethi wena nguwe lo ngithi akusisi isithombe sami lo muntu angimazi lo.
When I then answered and said, I don't know these people, then he pointed to a photo that was at the back and said, who is this person? I said, I don't know this person. He then said, no, this is you. I said, no, this is not me. I don't know this person.
Yes, if I may refer as for photo, I think it's photo 47 of Exhibit S be displayed. If you look at the monitor, is that the photo that you are referring to?
Yes, it is this photo.
And when Gininda said the person that is depicted amongst the people that are there is you, which person did he point to as depicted in that photo?
Imuphi lo ayekhuluma ngaye uma ayethi ke wena lona?
Wayekhuluma ngalo.
The witness is referring to the person with the cap on.
I want to object to this leading of this evidence. Is this exhibit part of this trial within a trial? Yes, court, please.
As the court pleases, my lord, this has been disclosed to us. It's part of the totality of the case.
No. We are in a trial within a trial. We are not on a trial regarding the merits of this matter. The question which this court must decide upon after having declared a trial within a trial, because accused number 1 and number 2 disputed that they had freely and voluntarily made the alleged confessions. And the law says you must declare a trial within a trial.
As the court pleases,
and that is a circumscribed,
yes,
compartmentalized interlocutory inquiry.
As the court pleases.
There's nothing to do with drinking Coca-Cola at
No, that's fine. That's fine, my lord. I'll withdraw that question. Now, that questioning by Gininda on the 17th, did he ask you anything further?
Leyo bibuzo leyo ke owayibuzwa uGininda ngalelo langa la nge7 khona okunye akubuza kona.
Awathi nje maqeda ungikhombisa ithombe hayi basukuma bahamba mangithi ithombeleze angizanze kosekatona.
After pointing out the photos to me and me saying that I don't know the photos or the people of the photos, they stood up and they left.
Now, let's move on to the events of the 18th of June 2020. Do you recall the events of that day?
Uyakhumbula ke ngazo i18th ka June 2020. Yakhumbula kwenzeka ngalelo langa lelo?
Yeah.
Yes.
What transpired on that day?
Yini eyenzeka ngalelo langa?
Wafika usayitshela emkhani kosenkantolo ePro Station.
Sergeant Mukhane arrived at the police station,
Proceed.
Wangivulele eseleni wangitshela ukuthi mangivuke.
opened up for me in the cell and told me to wake up.
Let me just for clarity, what time did he arrive? Roughly what time, not the exact time.
Ungathi noma ungeke usho ke isikhathi ngqo ke kodwa ungathi kwakungobani inkathi umefika.
Wawusekuseni isikhathi ngingasazi isikhathi angisazi kwasenkantolo.
It was in the morning, although I don't know the time, my lord.
Proceed further.
Usungaqhubeka.
Maye ethi angivuke sambeke waseke engifaka ama handcuff la ngemuva.
When he told me to wake up and that we leave, he then placed my hands right at the back and handcuffed me.
Sambe sike siyophuma ngomnyango lo mawuphuma emaseleni lo uphuma la party passage amasela.
We then went out of the door, that is now the door of the cells, my lord. In other words, the passage that is in the cells.
Then what happened?
Mangifika lapho ke ngathola usayitsheni lo munye usayitsheni Mabhena.
Upon arrival there, that's when I found the other sergeant, Sergeant Mabena.
Emduzane nemoto lemhlophe ye-white Fortune.
He was standing close to the white Fortuner.
Wavula ngangena phakathi.
He opened and I went inside.
Umkhani wasephinde ngena lendlela le angazi yangawuluma ema-ofisini nini ngambone yale waphinde wabuya kwase start imoto sahamba.
Mukhane then went back towards the offices. He came back, switched on the vehicle, and we left.
Sorry to cut you off. Did the police tell you why they were booking you out on that day?
Ingabe amaphoyisa akutshela yini ukuthi kwakungani bekhipha ngalelo langa lelo?
Cha nkosenkantolo akangitshelanga mina ngambona sesiseCartonville sethi khombe ishaft wawehla kuyo la ngoba amashaft aseCartonville maningi kakhulu.
No, my lord, I only just noticed or saw when we were in Carltonville and I was told to point out the shaft where I had went down because there were too many shafts in Carltonville.
Who was driving the white Toyota Fortuner?
Fortuna lena kwakubani umshayeli wayo?
Wawuyena usayitsheni umkhani.
Sergeant Mukhane.
And did you give them any directions to go to your workplace?
Ingabe wawubatshengisa yini ukuthi bahambe kanjani ukuyofika emsebenzini wakho?
Cha.
No.
Mina ngibakhombe nje kuphela nesembuza ukuthi iphi shaft la ngathi nazo ngoba vele isemgwaqeni. Uphuma nje emgwaqeni ungena khona.
I only pointed out when I was being asked about the shaft because it is just close to the road. You just leave the road and then you are at the shaft.
And which shaft number did you take them to?
Iyiphi shaft obayisa kuyona?
Number 8.
Number 8.
Then what transpired when you arrived at shaft number 8?
Masenifika ke kuyena ushaft number 8 kwasekwenzekani?
Ngabakhombisa kwasenkantolo ukuthi yangisebenza la wasehla umkhani yedwa ngishiya noMabhena ngaphandle.
I pointed out to them, my lord, that this is where I'm working. Mukhane then alighted, my lord, and he went there alone, left me together with Mabena in the vehicle.
Now, let me just pause here for a minute. On the morning of the 18th of June 2020, when Mukhane books you out, did he inform you of your constitutional rights?
Ngalelanga ke langa 18th ka June 2020 ngathi ke uMukhane ekhipha ke lapha emaseleni wakuxwayisa yini ngamalungelo akho?
Angikhumbuli nkosenkantolo.
I do not recall, my lord.
Now you are at shaft number 8. Mukhane has exited the vehicle. What then transpired?
Nifikileke manje ku shaft 8 Mukhane uphumile unishile emotweni nomabili noMabhena kwasekwenzekani?
Wangena ngaphakathi nkosenkantolo. Waphinde wabuya wazongibiza nasesibiza noMabhena sasesingena sonke futhi.
He went in, he then came back, called both myself and Mabhena, and then all three of us went in together.
And by the way, the shaft that you went to show that the police officers took you to, it's at which mine?
Ikuyiphi mine leyo shaft leyo khuluma ngayo?
IseCartonville, East Fontaine egama la.
East Reef Fontaine.
Yes, banya ko.
Carltonville, yeah. East Reef Fontaine, Sibanye, Stillwater, my lord.
Proceed further when they took you now inside the premises of the mine complex.
Qhubeka ke nangena nabathathu.
Singenile ke ngaphakathi ke sahamba. Angimazi lo munye lo wayehamba la umkhali umlungu eyosikhombisa ioffice le eShaka.
We then left, or proceeded, my lord. I don't know this white gentleman that Mukhane was with, went to point it out to the office.
The white gentleman, for clarity's sake, is not a police officer. Is that an employee of the mine according to your observation?
Umlungu lo khuluma ngaye kwakungasileni police, umuntu owayesebenza emine naye. Ngendlela owabona ngayo kwakuwumuntu osebenza emine.
ngoba samthola ngaphakathi ngene umuntu osebenza ngaphakathi ngacabanga ukuthi umuntu osebenza khona.
Because we found the person inside, I would then assume that it was someone working there.
Ngoba ngeke ungene uyohlala ngaphakathi ungenalo ikhadi.
Because you would never go in, sit inside without having a card.
Proceed further, sir.
Yebo.
Sase singena ke office le eSharo. Wase ngibuza ke umhali benomabheno ukuthi ena ngabe yiyona office eSharo lo ngathi mina ya yi office party umlungu lo wayephethe section le ngangisebenza akusuye lo.
Then this office was then we were then taken to this office. I think the witness is saying HR office, if I'm hearing correctly. HR office, and what when aksiyana le office?
Yili office kodwa umlungu lo engamthola phakathi ehlele ku computer kwangesiyo le ngamazi.
I then confirmed that this was indeed the office, but then the person or the white person that I found there busy on the PC, I said this is not the one that I know.
Then what transpired in that
Kwase
office?
kwenzekani?
Bakhuluma ke naphe language bebekhuluma ngangayizwa.
They then spoke among themselves in the language that I couldn't understand.
But eventually, what then transpired there? Did they get the information that they were looking for, or what happened?
Kwase kwenzekani ke egcineni ngaba bakuthola lokho babekufuna noma kwenzekani?
Wangibuza umlungu lo wayehleli phansi ngoba ukhuluma umfana kalo emayini. Wathi mangibize kune number ebizwa eqala ngo Z emayini.
Okay. This white gentleman, my lord, then asked me or spoke to me because in the mines they don't speak proper language. It's just a mix, what would be being referred to as being Sfanagalo, and then asked me for a specific number that starts with a Z. Yebo?
Ngambizela ke number ke asephuma kamaphepha base bawathatha lamaphepha la bewabuka bona omkhanaza ngiwabone mina ukuthi la kunjani babewabuka bona hayi mina.
I then mentioned the number, then documents were printed out. They looked at those documents. I didn't see the documents. They were the ones that were looking at the documents.
Then what transpired after they received the documents?
Kwase kwenzekani?
Masiqeda ukwathatha inkosi enkantolo kwasasihamba sawophuma futhi ngegate.
Took the documents and then we went out of the gate.
And what happened outside the gate?
Kwenzekani ngaphandle egate-ini?
Masifika egate wase ngibuza umabheno ukuthi imedical le ukuyisebenzisa usebenza la ngabe kuphi yona ngathi mina iphezulu duzana nehostel lapha engangihlala ngakhona.
Mabena then wanted to know from me the medical that you were using whilst working here in this mine. Where is it? I then said that it is closer to where I am staying.
And what happened?
Kwase kwenzekani?
Inyukile ke imoto masifika khona egate lakhona ngathi kulapha imedical enziwa khona.
The car then drove up. On arrival there, I then pointed out that this is where the medical is done.
What happened when you get at that center?
Masenifika khona lapho kwenzekani?
Sangena ngaphakathi kosenkantolo mawefika ngaphakathi bathi bacela ifayela lami la esibhedlela.
We went inside, my lord, and when they got there, they then requested for my file from that hospital.
What then happened?
Kwathini?
Wababuza kusisi ukuthi ifayela nivumelene nomnikazi ukuthi silikhiphe ngoba phela fanele sikhombise nama license yonke into yenu.
The lady then inquired from them, did you, is this now in agreement together with the person, was the patient, because you also have to produce your documents.
Proceed.
Yebo?
Base bephendula ngabazi bakhuluma nabo bengayibhekisi ke lo phendulo bekhuluma bodwa lapha.
They then responded, but I couldn't hear what they were saying because that was not directed at me. They were speaking amongst themselves.
Wase ngibiza kusisi ngaphinde ke ngambizela yona le nombolo eqala ngo Z ngoba ngeke liphume lingabiziwe inombolo le yami.
The lady called me. I then mentioned the very same number that starts with AZ because the file won't come out if that number is not mentioned.
Then what happened?
Base bechecker base bethi sicela usicheckele ukuthi ayikhona injali engayireport ngo-October mina la.
They then requested for her to check as to whether was there any injury that I reported in October.
And was that information furnished to the police officers?
Ngabe ke bakunikwa ke lokho?
Banginingi ngoba ngaba amaphepha bewaphethe.
It was furnished because I saw them in possession of documents.
Did anything further happen in that office?
Kukhona okunye okwenzeka kulelo office lelo?
Mabethetha amaphepha siphumile futhi saya kuphi ngaphandle kwegate samaduzane nemoto.
When they took those documents, we went out, outside the gate next to the vehicle.
And what happened outside the gate at the vehicle?
Kwenzekani lapho?
Mina bangivulelile ngangena emotweni.
They-
Bona bamaphandle.
Okay, they opened for me, I got into the vehicle and they remained standing outside.
And then what happened thereafter?
Kwase kwenzekani?
Babekhuluma nefoni ngangezwa ukuthi bakhuluma nobani nefoni ngoba akuphilanga ngisho isikhathi esinganani ngabona sekufika yena ubaba lo bengibuza imibuzo nge17 wathi ubaba uGinenda nomama lo wayethi umamfundisi.
They were then speaking a lot using the phone. I couldn't hear what they were saying or who they were talking to. And then after some time, this gentleman that was asking me questions on the 17th, Mr. Kidinda, arrived, as well as the lady who introduced herself to me as Umamfundisi.
Now, for clarity's sake, you've seen the person in court and you've heard her name being said in court, her real name, that Mamfundisi. What is her real surname?
Umbonile lo muntu okhuluma ngaye lo wena uthi umbiza uMamfundisi, umbonile noma ke futhi wezwa nala enkantolo uma bebiza igama lakhe ke. Batheni uma bebiza igama lakhe noma isibongo sakhe la enkantolo?
Nkosi enkantolo isibongo sakhe ngiqala khona la ngathi Mkhula or Mkhola la.
I heard the surname for the first time here in court. I think they said Mkhula.
Now you are outside the gate. Brigadier Gininda arrives with Sergeant Mkhula. What then transpires? Take it from there.
Kufika ke uGinina noMkhula kwase kwenzekani?
Bafika ke uSergeant Mkhalante ephethe amaphepha bafe babuka lamaphepha bembodwa la phandle.
On their arrival, Sergeant Mkhula was in possession of documents. They looked at those documents as they were standing outside there by themselves.
Then what happened?
Emveni kwalokho ngambona yena ubaba uGinenda Nkosi enkantolo ebiyela ngaphakathi lapha esibhedlela lapha bekade siphuma khona.
I then saw Gininda going back to the hospital that we were coming out of.
Did he go by himself? Or
Ehamba
was he
yedwa.
accompanied by?
Ehamba yedwa ngoba bawu3 ngangishiyeke nabo ngaphandle.
Alone, because the other 3 remained with me outside.
Did there come a point when he returned from inside the complex, Gininda?
Ingaba sikhona ke isikhathi la abuya khona ke. Ngaba nje nanjengoba wangena wabuya futhi.
Wangena waphindwa wabuya sebuya sekuthenje kuba nesikhathi esincane waphindwa wabuya weza la kithi Nkosi enkantolo.
After some time or a short space of time, he came back to us.
And what happened when he returned to the cars?
Uma sebuyela ke emotweni kwenzekani?
Waqala naye wakhuluma nefoni khona la phandle. Mayekhuluma nefoni ngazi ukhuluma nabani. Emveni kwalokho wasevula emotweni ukuthi namanje afuna ukumtshena iqiniso na ngimbuza ukuthi iqiniso lephi ngizokutshena lona.
He was speaking Malota using his phone. I don't know who he was talking to, and then opened the vehicle, asked me, "Are you still not wanting to tell the truth?" And then I asked him, "What truth?"
And in relation to, for context purposes, when he says, you still don't want to tell me the truth, did he relate in respect to what aspects?
Uma ethi awukafuni namanje ukhuluma iqiniso, washo kuwena ukuthi ukhuluma ngani?
Wangitshela ukuthi afuna ukukhuluma iqiniso into bengibuza nebodroom to wawuphi ngokushona kaSenzo na.
He said to me, "Are you still not wanting to tell the truth with regards to what I asked you in the boardroom as to where you were when Senzo was killed?"
And what was your response?
Wathini umuphendula?
Impendulo yami Nkosi enkantolo kuye ngathi mina into ongangibuza zona into ongangibuza zona leza la emsebenzini nanokuthi ingoma ekuphi ngakuphendula ke lapho.
I told him that the only things that you can ask me about work-related issues, and also where we have to gather for dance or for a song, a ceremony, there I can answer you.
What then transpired after that?
Kwase kwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho?
Wathi angimhloniphi ngathi mina angazi lokho kusho kwakho lokho baba.
He then said that-
impendulo engcono.
He then said that disrespecting him, I then said to him, that's what you are saying.
Then what happened?
Kwase kwenzekani?
Basebema ke phandle bona bekhuluma ke.
They-
Into bekhuluma baba 4.
They stood outside, they were talking amongst themselves, the four of them.
And once they've done speaking amongst themselves, what transpired?
Kwase kwenzekani mase beqedile ukukhuluma?
Mabeqeda ukukhuluma Nkosi enkantolo uGininde wasengena emotweni ke nomama lo mamfundisi.
Then Gininda got into the vehicle together with the lady Mamfundis. Mbiza ngesibongo sakhe ngithi. Uzwile mase isibongo sakhe. Mbiza ngaso isibongo sakhe.
Usayitshela umholo.
Sergeant Mukhula.
Then what happened?
Kwase kwenzekani?
Ngashiyeka ke Nkosi enkantolo nomabhena nosayitshela lo umkhami.
I then remained behind with Mabena and Sergeant Mukhane.
And did you know where they entered? Did they leave or did they enter the mine complex?
Ingabe ba Gininda and Mukhula.
Gininda and Mukhula, I'm sorry.
uGininda noMukhula ingabe bahamba noma bangena ngaphakathi emine?
Hayi bajika baqhama ngendlela le ngoba phela thina sasimi indawo yeso sasimila amazongena sibheke indawo iyehlela. Imoto ijika ihamba straight angibona noma yangena ngaphakathi noma yahamba straight angibona.
They turned around because from where we were positioned, my lord, one cannot see as to whether they drove inside or they left.
Now, Brigadier Gininda testified in this case and he said the following. At Carltonville, at Sibanye Gold, upon his arrival and those investigations were done, he got into the motor vehicle that you were in and he indeed questioned you about the case that he questioned you about. Do you recall that?
Kubufakazi bakhe ke abethule kuyona ke lenkantolo uBrigadier Gininda uthi ke impela ke wayekhona ke lapho esibanye kwenziwa ke lolo phenyo olalwenziwa khona lapho wasengena emotweni ke owawukuyona wena impeleni ke wavuma futhi nokuthi ke wakubuza imibuzo.
Iphuthe le Nkosi enkantolo lona iqiniso.
No, that's a mistake, my lord. It's not the truth.
Then he testified that indeed you denied any knowledge of the allegations that he was asking you about.
Empeleni ushilo ke nayo ke ebufakazini bakhe uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi wase wena ke uphika ukuthi cha awazi lutho ke wena ngeinsolo lezi yena ayekubuza ngazo.
Yebo uqinisile Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, he was telling the truth, my lord.
He further testified that he then confronted you with a photo of an identity kit that was published in the newspaper pertaining to the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, and that you denied that the person that he pointed at on that photo depicted wearing, on that identity kit, depicted wearing a hoodie resembled you. You denied that and you said it's a case of mistaken identity.
Uthi waseqhubeka ke ekubuza isithombe ke manje esasigcweleke esasikhishwa ke emaphepheni somuntu lapho owayegqoke ihoodie wase wena ke uphika ke uthi cha loya muntu loyana ke akusiwena ke iphutha leli elenziwa lapha yana noma iphutha lelo alenzayo ukuthi uwena loya okulesa sithombe.
Nkosi enkantolo isithombe lesikukhulunywa ngaso ngiqala ukubona sivezwa lapha.
The first time I saw that photo, my lord, it's when it was depicted here.
That after that, he then exited that motor vehicle and he was walking towards his motor vehicle when one of the officers, he didn't identify which one, called him to say that you, Mr. Ntanzi, wanted to talk to him again.
Uthi ke waphuma ke kule moto oyehlezi kuyona imoto le ogibele kuyona wena ehamba ke eya kule moto ayehamba ngayo yena kodwa ke elinye lamaphoyisa kula maphoyisa ayelapha akashonga ukuthi yiliphi lase limbiza ke lithi wena ke Ntanzi ufisa noma ufuna ukukhuluma naye.
Iphutha Nkosi enkantolo.
That's a mistake, my lord.
My lord, I think that's an opportune time. It's heading towards 11:30. Should we then take a short break?
15 minutes.
legality of your arrest?
Ingabe wakutshela yini ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi ke ungabe usemanje ke usebenzisa umthetho ke ukuthi ebisana nomthetho?
Cha kaze ngitshene Nkosi enkantolo.
It looked like colored.
mask so.
Sorry, they looked like colored, but the other one was hidden himself with a mask.
The one who's not hidden with a mask, did he at any stage testify in this court?
Omunye lona ke owayengayifakile imask ingaba mhlambe wayezile la inkantolo ezethula ufakazi.
Yeah, kufikile.
Yes, he did.
What is his name?
Ubani igama lakhe?
Igama lakhe ngilizwe khona lapha enkantolo ukuthi Jonathan.
I heard his name here in court, Jonathan.
And in that GTI, were there the guy with a mask on, and Jonathan, was there any other occupant in that car?
Why
In the GTI.
GTI by two.
There were two people in the GTI.
Now, the occupants of the hard body, can you describe to the court how many were they?
Babe bangaki ababegibele kwi-hard body?
We-hard bodies ngababonanga kahle phakathi ngoba kwaphuma abantu abayi-2. Ngibabonanga ukuthi babe bangaphakathi.
I couldn't see as to how many they were inside, but two people alighted from it.
And those people, were they male or female persons?
Kwakubantu besilisa besifazane,
Kwangabo body.
Gentlemen.
And now, just for clarity's sake, the two cars, were they police cars or were they normal civilian cars?
Le moto ey'bili lezi kwakuyimoto zamaphoyisa noma kwakungezona imoto zamaphoyisa?
Lena yodwa ngoba yali noma le iGTI le hamba uJonathan. Yona yayibonisa ukuthi imoto amaphoyisa yayingabonisi le mhlophe.
Because the GTI was marked, it indicated, there was an indication that it was a police vehicle, but the other one, the hard body, was not marked.
And the occupants of both cars, the Nissan hard body and the GTI VW motor vehicle, were they clothed in civilian clothing or were they in uniform?
Labantu laba ke kuzo zoyimbini le imoto lezi ngaba babegqokele nje impahla zabo noma babegqoke ke impahla zomsebenzi ezitshengisayo ukuthi ke basemsebenzini.
Abegqoke impahla zomsebenzi kwasenkantolo.
They were in uniform.
Including the two persons from the Nissan hard body.
Nalaba babephuma ku-hard body nabo.
Ngabona laba baphuma beza ke mababili.
I saw the two that came to me, or that got out and came towards me.
Now, what transpired once these two cars arrived at the engine garage where the Toyota Fortuner was parking?
Seyifikile ke le moto embili lapho ke egarage engine kwasekwenzekani.
Nkosi enkantolo iGTI yangena yagudla yona iFortune ngoba iFortune yemibo yangena la i-hard body yayimiso ngemuva so zilandelene kodwa nale ngaphambili iGTI.
As these two cars were following each other, the hard body following the GTI parked next to the Fortuner and the hard body was just behind.
Then what transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Wasephuma komabhena lapha naye emotweni ngoba wayebuye angena emotweni ngoba kwakubanda.
Mabena then alighted from the vehicle because he would go in and come out of the vehicle because it was cold.
Proceed further.
Baphuma bakhuluma bonke nje bemlapha ngingabezwa ukuthi bathini.
They got out, they were all speaking among themselves over there and I couldn't hear what they were saying.
Proceed.
Emveni kwalokho waseza ke uMabhena wangikhipha la kule moto le iFortune wangifaka kule GTI le.
From there, Mabena then came to the Fortuner, took me out of the Fortuner and placed me in the GTI.
Were you still in handcuffs at the time?
Usafabuza ngosi nangaleso sikhathi.
Yeah.
Yes.
How were you still handcuffed?
Babefakwe kanjani?
Ngalokho bafake ngemuva.
My hands were always, all the time at the back.
And where were you placed in the GTI motor vehicle?
Kwasekuthi ku-GTI bakubeka kuphi noma bakuhlalisa kuphi nendawo?
Ngangena ngapha endaweni ka-driver leya right driver ngaphambili ngangena ngemuva.
Just right behind the driver, on the right hand side.
And did anyone else get into that car?
Khona omunye wangena kuleyo moto.
Kwangena uMabhena ngale sandleni sami sokunxele.
On my left side it was Mabena.
What then transpired in that motor vehicle?
Kwasekwenzekani ke?
Ngoba phambili lo ehleli phambili no Jonathan. Yena wayelokho ehleli nje lapha ya. uJonathan ehleli la.
The other one, the person that was with Jonathan was on the left, that is now in front, and Jonathan was just seated there.
What then transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Kwaseke uJonathan ejike ngibheka kwase kusondela ke ubaba wayeproducer ke moto ngobuthelezi.
Then Jonathan turned around and looked at me, and then certain gentleman then he introduced himself as Buthelezi.
Yes, we may have missed that one. Where, in relation to the GTI, there's Jonathan in front passengers, driver side, front passenger seat, unknown man. The left is Mabena, the right is you. Where is Jonathan in relation to those positioning? The driver is Jonathan.
Yes.
There's an unknown male person with a mask on the front passenger seat.
Yes.
On the left rear, it's Mabena.
Yes.
And the witness is on the
The
right,
right.
yes, behind the driver.
Yes.
Where is Buthelezi?
Okay. Kulabantu ababalile bonke la emotweni angithi ushilo ukuthi ubani ohlezi kuphi. Wayekuphi nendawo yena uButhelezi?
wayephandle khona la ngoba izivalo sasingavaliwe sasivule
Eduze kwakho.
eduze kwami.
He was outside just right next to me because the door was not closed.
Yes, then what then transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Waseke mengitshena igama lakhe Nkosi enkantolo wasengibuzela nami sengimtshene lami ukuthi nguba.
Introduced himself, asked me who I was, and I also told him as to who I was.
Who introduced himself?
Ubani lo wayichaza?
Nguye qala.
He introduced himself first.
Yes, who is he?
Sikhuluma ngobani la?
Sikhuluma ngobaba uButhelezi.
Buthelezi.
Okay. After that, what then transpired?
Kwasekwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho?
Emveni kwalokho ke wasengibuza imibuzo naye ukuthi ngelanga lelo khuza le October yizo sengazi ama 26 or 27 wathi wawukuphi ngale date le.
He then also asked me questions about a day, although I can't remember whether it was the 26th or the 27th in October, and asked me as to where I was on that particular day.
Proceed.
Ngase ngimphendula mina Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi uma ukuthi ngangengekho emsebenzini ngisuke ngisekhaya.
I then answered him that if I am not at work, or if it is that I wasn't at work, then I would be at home.
What happened next?
Yebo.
Waseke engitshena ukuthi into ayifunayo iqiniso.
He then told me that the only thing that he was looking for was the truth.
Ngimbuze nami Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi liphi iqiniso lelo olifuna ngapha ngiyakuphendula.
I then asked him, which truth are you referring to? Because I am answering you.
What then transpired?
Yebo.
Waseke qhamuka umfo elingana nje nami wayenomzimba nje. Mude futhi.
And
Manje
then-
igama lakhe ngigcine ngaze ekugcineni ukuthi Maphumulo.
And then a guy, my lord, who is my height, but he is bigger than me in build, then appeared, and I ended up getting to know his name, that it's Maphumulo.
What happened when Mapumulo came?
Makufika uMaphumulo kwenzekani?
Naye wafika wangitshena lento ibikhulunywa ngoButhelezi Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi into abayifuna kimi iqiniso.
He told-
Phinde ngibuza ukuthi liphi iqiniso olifuna pha ngiyakuphendula.
He told me the same thing that Buthelezi told me, that the only thing that they were looking for or that they wanted was the truth. I said to him, but which truth? Because I am answering you.
What happened next?
Yeah.
Emveni ngalokho kwase ngikhuluma bhena ngapha ecela kwami sekhuluma ukuthi yababona laba batabala kuwe la. Lembuzo bakubuza noma ungafuna ukwatshena iqiniso. Uzophuma ngikushiya emotweni.
Then Mabena answered and said that, you see these people that are here, if you don't want to tell the truth, I'm going to leave you in the vehicle. I'm going to get out of the vehicle and leave you here.
Then what happened?
Yebo.
Emveni lokho ke na uMabhena ngimbuza liphi iqiniso mina Nkosi enkantolo kuzokhuluma kuwe Mabhena ngoba ngiyaphendula lama ngingekho emsebenzini usuke ngisekhaya.
Then-
Negoli lelo ngibuza ngaligola nilazi. Ngazi lapho kugidwa khona uma ngibuthi ingoma eground resole kuphi lengoma. Ya ngafe ngikhombisa ingoma igidwa la.
Then what
I
happened?
also answered Mabena and said, but which truth are you referring to? Because I am answering you, and I am not familiar with Gauteng. If you were to ask me where is it that the performance is being held, or where the song as well as the dance, then I'll be able to point that out to you.
Then what happened, sir?
Yebo.
Emveni ngalokho ke Nkosi enkantolo ngabona uMabhena ke khipha uplastic wase Truent. Ewufaka ke emekhaya.
Thereafter, I saw Mabena producing a truth, a plastic bag, and placed it over my head.
Describe that plastic bag.
Awuchaze lo plastic.
Plastic wase Truent oba uplastic wase Truent usilver lawa wa silver manje ubhale uthi Truent la.
It's a
La
silver
phakathi naphakathi.
Truworths plastic bag, and it's written the Truworths.
Now that bag is placed over your head. Proceed from there.
Wawufaka ke ekhanda kuwena qhubeka.
Mawufaka uplastic ekhanda ngithi ngizama ke ugquma ubaba uTheleze ngigresile ngapha uthi ngingakhona ukuphuma ngiye phandle ngoba ngangizophuma kube wayengekho baba uThelezi ngapha engishovela phakathi.
And as I tried to jump, my lord, but I was pressed on the side by Buthelezi because he's the one that was blocking me to go out. Because if Buthelezi wasn't there, I was gonna get out of the vehicle.
How did you feel as that plastic bag was placed over your head?
Wazizwa kanjani ke ngaleso sikhathi uplastic lowo ufakiwe kuwena ekhanda?
Kwakubuhlungu ke Nkosi enkantolo ngoba oyilanga lokuqala letense.
It was hurting to me, my lord, because that was the first time that was happening.
Proceed further, what happened
Uthi
next?
namanje abona nje inhliziyo yami Nkosi enkantolo ngelapha kwakho. Inhliziyo yami ibuhlungu kakhulu.
Even now, my lord, as I'm before you, yeah, my heart is very painful.
What happened next, sir?
Kwase kwenzekani ke?
Mabebona ukuthi abalungu leta abayenza ngifuna ukuphuma uJonathan ashova isitulo athi angivule imlenze isitulo singenela ke ngibe sona isitulo esingikhona ukumpresela ngapha ukuthi ngakhona ukuyale nokuyala.
And my lord, the other thing that happened was that Jonathan would then push the seat backwards and instructed me to open my legs so that the chair or the seat can get in between my legs.
And how long do you estimate that for the first time the plastic bag was held over your head?
Cabanga ukuthi ke uplastic lowo wawugcinwe noma ufakwe la kuwena ekhanda isikhathi esingakanani?
Angeke ngikwazi Nkosi enkantolo ukumeshina isikhathi ngoba babawufaka bethi mangifuna ukukhuluma bazozwa ngami.
I wouldn't be able to tell the time, my lord, because they would place the plastic and they would say that if they would hear from me if I wanted to talk.
And was that plastic bag at some stage removed from your head?
Ngabe sikhona yini isikhathi la khona ke uplastic lowo wasuswa ekhanda lakho?
Babawususa mangithi manene ke.
When I would say to them stop, and then they would remove it.
So from what I'm hearing from you, are you saying that the plastic bag was repeatedly placed over your head at different times?
Engikuzwa kuwena ukuthi uplastic lona babephinda ngathi babewufaka bawukhiphe bawukhiphe yiloko babekwenza kuwena.
Babawufaka mangithi mina manene ke bewukhiphe. Emveni kwalokho mangithi bethi khuluma mangithi ngithule phinde ubuyela kimi ekhanda.
Yes, they would place it, my lord, and then maybe I would say to them, wait, then they would remove it. If then I keep quiet, then they would put it back again.
And besides the plastic bag being placed over your head, was anything else done physically to you?
Ngaphandle kokufaka kwawo uplastic kuwena ke ekhanda ngabakhona yini okunye ababekwenza kuwena la kuwena emzimbeni?
Yizo Nkosi enkantolo ngangingabona ukuthi ubani ongishaya ngepama la ngoba phela mangivaliswa engipressile khona ushaya ngepama ngangingabona ukuthi ngishaya ubani but kodwa umuntu engangibona ukuthi yena ongishaya ngepama lona ngangifuna ngabe ngangifesene nawe uJonathan ngoba ngayengeke ubaba uThelezi ukwazi ukugamanxa isandla ngishaya ngepama.
Although I would not be to see as to who was smacking me with an open hand, my lord, because the plastic would be covering my head. But I think that the person that would have been able to do that was the one that was facing me, which was Jonathan. Buthelezi from where he was, he could not have smacked me.
Now, there's one character that we missed earlier. Let me just add that character to the picture. Where was Mohane at this time?
Wayekuphi ngaleso sikhathi uMohane?
Umkhane ngamgcina esemotweni ehleli khona ngoba cha yena akazange ngibeke isandla Nkosi enkantolo umkhane.
The last time I saw I checked Mohane, my lord, he was in the vehicle and Mohane never assaulted me, my lord.
Now, in the vehicle, did Jonathan participate in the assaults that were perpetrated on you?
Emotweni uJonathan wayingxenye yini yalabo ababekushaya?
Yebo.
Yes, my lord.
And how did he participate?
Kanjani?
Angithi uma bhena mebamba uplastic uJonathan nawe uyangipressa ukuthi ngingakhona ukuqhuma.
When Mabena is holding the plastic, Jonathan would be pressing me so that I wouldn't be able to jump.
Ngoba izandla isitulo semoto masimso izandla zakhe zayiphuma la ziza kimvele so uma bhena ngithi ungaphela umsebenzi wakho ufaka uplastic bese bepressa lapha ngekhanda.
As the seat would be pressed, or the seat would be like this, my lord, so his hands would be protruding from the sides, and so he would be pressing me.
And the gentleman in the front passenger seat, did he do anything to you?
Lona yena owayehlezi eduze koJonathan phambili kusihlalo esingaphambili khona wayekwenza yena.
Cha lo wayecofela ifoni akazange enze nix nje.
No, that one was just busy with the phone. He never did anything to
Ngoba
me.
namanje ngimkhomba ukuthi ngwela ngoba akaze akhiphe imask akazenze nix kimi lo.
Because even now, I won't be able to point out that person because he never even removed his mask. He didn't do anything.
And at some stage, did, roughly, before I go to that, how long do you think that plastic over your head, a slap here and there, how long do you think that event, that incident took place in that car?
Kulokufaka uplastiki bekhona ke ukushaya ngempama yonke le yanto eyenzeka emotweni ungathi yenzeka isikhathi esingakanani.
Because enkantolo kwahlaliwa lapha khona isikhathi. Yizo isikhathi ngisimeshini ukuthi isikhathi esingakanani.
We were there for some time, my Lord, although I won't be able to say precisely how long.
Did you suffer any injuries as a result?
Ingaba khona ukulimala wakuthola ngenxa yalokho.
Because enkantolo ngisho ukuthi mawufaka uplastic ekhanda kuzoba buhlungu ikhanda ngeke lihlale lingasha ngoba phela uplastic uyashisa because enkantolo and uvala umoya.
Yes, my Lord, when a plastic is put over your head, there is no way that that wouldn't be painful or that your head wouldn't be burning because the plastic itches or it is there's heat in there.
Now, at some stage, did that, which was the incident in the car, did it stop?
Ingaba kwaphela noma ke kwagcina sebengasaqhubeki sebekuyeka lokho babekwenza.
Bayenza phela ngingazi ukuthi kwaba isikhathi esingana lokho bephela beshitshana noJonathan awufana amabhena awufake emveni ngalokho ngabona seke sengikhishiwe emotweni sengibuyisela kule moto le.
Though I won't be able to tell as to how long
Fortune.
because they were taking turns, my Lord. It would be Jonathan, it would be Mabena, and then thereafter I was then taken out from that vehicle I was then taken out of that white vehicle.
And when were you, you were taken now from the GTI motor vehicle to which vehicle?
Mabe sebekhipha ke manje ku GTI bakufaka kuyiphi imoto?
Ngabuyela kwiFortune
I went back to the Fortuner,
lela abawuhamba.
the one driven by Mohane.
What then transpired once you were
Kwasikwenzekani?
placed in the Fortuner?
Emveni lokho kwaphunya ngazi imoto phela ngingazi ukuthi imoto zayihamba aphi kule ndawo mina ngiyazi igola ngithi but imoto yayichuza khona lapho ngingazi ukuthi iyakuphi.
Then the cars left there, my Lord. The cars were traveling, but because I am not familiar with Gauteng, so I don't know where the cars were traveling.
Did those cars, is it one car or all three of the cars went out?
Kwahamba imoto eyodwa noma zahamba zonke lezo imoto ezazilapha.
Zahamba zonke zoyi3.
All three vehicles left.
And did those cars come to, eventually come to some destination?
Ngabe uma ihamba ke kodwa khona yini egcineni la eza yofika khona?
Kukhona ngoba eyihamba phambili yo le ayidrava uJonathan kuyile Fortune kaMhali phakathi eHalbot izangemove mayihamba ephathi wezi kwale ndawo ezayihamba kuyo.
Yes, my Lord, there was some destination because the one that was leading was the one driven by Jonathan, and then the Fortuner in the middle, and then the hard body.
Now, for contextual purpose, what time did you arrive at that engine garage before we leave engine garage? What time did you arrive from Carltonville at that engine garage?
Fika kuloya Carlton. Sorry. Uma nifika kuloya engine garage, kwakubani isikhathi? Nisuke Carlton, nafika ke manje kulo engine garage. Kwakubani isikhathi manifika kulo engine garage?
Ngebhadi nephutha because enkantolo isikhathaya ngangenazi angasibongi nokusibonga ngoba inhliziyo yami yayibuhlungu serious yayibuhlungu.
Unfortunately, my Lord, because I did not have time on me, so I cannot tell the time, and I can also say that I was in pain, my Lord. Even my heart was sore.
But was it during the day, in the afternoon, dusk, or evening?
Kodwa ke ngokubheka kwakho kwakusekuseni, kwakusemini, kwakusebusuku.
Kwasekuqala kuba mnyama ngoba ilanga lashesha ukushona kubanda kungoJune July.
It was now starting, sunset was starting, my Lord, because it was in June, it's winter, so sunset is earlier in winter.
And is it your testimony that when you left engine garage, then was it already dark?
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi uma nisuka kona ke lapho e-engine kwaseqala ukuba kwasekumnyama.
nakhona lapha sikhona wasubona ukuthi kumnyama.
Even there where we were, we could see that it was dark.
Now you arrive at the destination where you are driven now to the second spot. Take it from there. Describe to the court what happened.
Nafika ke kule ndawo inaniya kuyona uma nisuka ke e-engine chaza ke.
Masifika le ndawo le esaya kuyo Nkosi enkantolo. Lapha I'm sure yizwa ngingabona ngahle makwakomnyama kodwa khona isitebhisi sasehlela ngale. Isitebhisi sasehlela ngale ngoba ngaphuma ngapha kwasangijampanga la phezulu.
Although I couldn't see properly, my lord, because it was dark, but there was a staircase that was going down. But I didn't use it. I went on the side of it, or to the side of it.
And can we perhaps, for contextual purpose, describe that place? Were there any objects, items, or whatever you observed at that area that could be a beacon or some sort of location indicator to say, I was at this place because I saw these particular objects?
Kukhona ongakusho ongachaza uthi ke ngangisendaweni ethize ngoba ngabona lokhu kwakunento ethize kule ndawo kunento ethize khona ongakusho mayelana naleyo ndawo leyo uthi kwakunento ethize lapha.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo ngasho ukuthi kwayinto engangiyibona ngoba mawuzobona i-truck leli lichitha udustbin ngathi lifunana endaweni leyo esiganga khona. Isimithi bezochitha udustbin Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord, I can say so because if you see the truck that now removes or that take the dustbins, and so you then clearly say or ask yourself, what does that truck want there? So surely it was there to offload in other words, the dustbins, my lord.
So, besides you observing that it's a perhaps
Dumping site.
dumping site, were there any other objects identifiable to you at that stage?
Ngaphandle kokuba usho ke ukuthi ke ila uthi khona ke ubona ukuthi leyo truck leyo ezolahla ke udoti khona okunye owawukubona ke.
Into engangiyibona ngangibukana nelokhuza lapha. Mangimile kunamathanka lapha ngibuka amathanka ngithi phesheya lapha.
The other thing
ngathi nje iqhuma nya kunamathanka la ngathi akhantwe ngosament.
one be standing there, you would see tanks from a distance, my lord. It's like they were built with some cement, my lord.
Now, what happened at that locality, at that location?
Kwenzekani lapho?
Mangifika ke Nkosi enkantolo lapha bangikhiphile emotweni lo umabhena.
On arrival or upon arrival there, they took me out of the vehicle.
Ngaphuma emotweni ngafika ngamaduzane nesitebhisi esiwathangimela.
Got out of the vehicle and he instructed me to stand next to that staircase.
What then happened?
Angibuze ukuthi namanje awufuna ukukhuluma iqiniso na ngimbuze mina ntathi liphi iqiniso ngizolikhuluma ngiyasho namanje ukuthi mawungingekho emsebenzini ngisuke ngisephame.
Asked me, are you still not willing to tell the truth? I'm asked him which truth, because if I am not at work, I will be home.
What then transpired, sir?
Emveni ngalokho Nkosi enkantolo bese ke engikhipha la handcuff ngemuva ngingamazi la namanye ukuthi wawane kobani la ayengifase ngawo ngapha le nsimbi lena le nsimbi le ngime phakathi naphakathi lesi steppies.
From there, my lord, he then removed or loosened the handcuffs that is now, as my hands were at the back, and then I don't know where he got the other handcuffs, and then he tied my hands on the steels, on the one on the other side as well as on the other side.
Now, just for contextual purposes again, what were the weather conditions like on that day?
Isimo sezulu ke sasi kanjani ngalelo langa lelo?
Kwakubanda Nkosi enkantolo.
It was cold, my lord.
And what were you wearing on that day?
Wawugqokeni?
Ngangifaka ijini ehlaza ereleni. Ijini ereleni.
Okay, a relay jean.
Kuyisweater le Cavella.
Cavella sweater.
Kuyivesta ngaphansi vesta white.
Underneath, I was wearing a white vest.
Kuyiskipa seFabiani.
As well as a Fabiani t-shirt.
Kube itracksuit engase nginikwe uMabhena.
A tracksuit that was given to me by Mabena.
Bese bayijacket yami ke inkampani ayibhala ukuthi Impala Mine la.
As well as my company jacket, my lord, which was written Impala Mine here.
let's clarify something. I heard something, but the interpretation came otherwise. With regard to the Kavela, was it, you said suede or sweater?
Kavela.
The Kavela. Describe again something about the Kavela.
ngazi uma ngayigumula ngibona isikole senkantolo
Sorry,
efana
is it a type of a shoe, or is it a jacket, or is it whatever? Because I couldn't get the interpretation clearly.
Ukhuluma ngekhavela. Angazi ukuthi uzweni Mr. Ramsipile ukuthi khona akuzwile noma ngakuzwanga ngekhavela oyishilo.
ngithe enyaweni ngangigqoke ikhavela
Yes.
enavy isweat
I never heard about the feet. I'm
Oh,
hearing it for the first
no, that's
time.
fine. Okay, it's clarified. Then what then transpired?
What's
once you-
kwenzekani?
leke benze into ebebenza kimi emotweni nkosi enkantolo ukuthi bafake uplastic la ngoba ngumeli
They repeated the same thing that they did to me in the vehicle and placed the plastic as I was now standing.
Who started that process now at this dumping site? Who started the process of putting the plastic bag over your head?
Senila kule ndawo ke manje ubani owaqala ukwenza leyo nto?
umabhena oqala le nto nkosi enkantolo ngoba yonke into eyenzeka umabhena noJonathan
Mabena is the one who started that, my lord, because everything that was happening, it would be started by Mabena and Jonathan.
And at the time this plastic bag was placed over your head, was there anything asked of you?
Ngalesikhathi lo plastic lona ufakwa kuwena ke ekhanda ikona into owawuyibuzwa.
angithi kwakuthiwa khuluma wena mani khuluma wena mani
It would be said, yeah, you
Ngibuze ukuthi
speak,
ukhulume
speak. And I would ask, what should I speak? What should I speak?
And were you also physically assaulted besides the plastic bag at that area?
Kuleyo ndawo leyo ngaphandle kokufakwa ke uplastic ngaba wawushaywa nokushaywa yini?
babengangishaya mina nkosi enkantolo into babeyenza kimi khona lento babeyiphethe le babe khase bengithele ngamanzi mabeyithi le yayingihlaba la azange bangishaye ngezandla plastic nalento le
My lord, I was never assaulted. There's this particular object that they had. It would be the plastic and
What is it exactly?
iyini lento leyo usho uthi khona lento babeyiphethe yayikuhlaba uma beyibeka la iyini?
nkosi enkantolo ngeke angiyazi igama la ngoba ngangiqala ngabo mina lento nkosi
I don't know what its name is because for me it was the first time seeing it with them or from them.
ngoba mayebambe so wawuyizwe maye dry site iphephe lapha ekhanda bese mayeyithi ilethi into ngathi ngumcibisholo la kimi so
Because you would be able to see it, my lord, or in other words, when the head was turning, and you would just feel it would have this feeling as he was bringing it closer to your body.
Now let's further explore that because I want to be specific. Did it stab you or did it emit electrical current to you? That object.
Ingaba lokho kwakuyinto eyayikuhlaba noma kwakuba into ongathi ikhipha ugesi oze kuwena ukuzwisa ubuhlungu noma kwakuyinto eyayikuhlaba.
yito engathi yayilokhuza yayingihlaba ngoba yayichoka ngathi ngizwe ngathi la izandla ziyaqina zachoka amathumba ayalemala
I would say a step and like they are being stiff or getting stiff.
ngoba nguye umabhena wangigumula ijacket mina trucksuit kwashiyeka iskipa ngasigqoke ngaphansi ukuze akhona ukungithela ngamanzi
Because Mabena is the one that would remove or that had removing my t-shirt as well as my jacket so as to be able for him to pour me with water.
Now, as a result of that device being used on you, did you sustain any injuries?
Ngokusetshenziswa kwaleyo nto isetshenziswa kuwena ingaba walimala yini ngenxa sikhuluma ngalento manje eyodwa le ukusetshenziswa kwayo kuwena ngathi ngabe kwabangela ukuthi ulimale yini
angazi ngaphakathi namanje nkosi enkantolo ngoba kaze ngihanjisiwe ku-doctor
I don't know internally, my lord, because I was never taken to a doctor.
Now,
ama-injury akhona yila ama-handcover lana namanje la
The only injuries that are there now
engiwabona lapha ngangiphuma khona
that
igazi
I can still see where I was bleeding are the handcuff injuries, my lord. The witness pointing to both his wrists.
and do you still to this day have those marks from the handcuffs, caused by the handcuffs?
Lawo mamark lawo ke ama handcuff usenawo namanje.
nawa amanye nawo kuyabonakala ngalokho
Yes, here they are. The witness pointing to both wrists, left and right.
Now, did that plastic bagging and the device being used at some stage stop to be used at that area?
Kwenziwa ke lokho kwase kufikelela ekuthini ke baze bangasaqhubeka bayeke ukwenza.
bakwenza bakwenza ngithile baze bakhathala nkosi enkantolo
Yes, up until they got tired, my lord.
Then what happened?
ngoba kwaze kwasondela yena ubaba lo umkhana abatshente mina ayikhumelela kweje ngaze igama la demand lisho ukuthini
Demand.
ngazi lisho ukuthini
Okay. Because Mukhane came closer, my lord, and he used this word which I don't know as to what it is. What does it mean? Demand.
Now, as that was transpiring at that location, at the dumping site, did there come a time when other people came whilst you were there?
Nise lapho ke abantu abafika nise kuleyo ndawo leyo.
wafika umama lo umholi nobaba lo Ginindi
Yes,
omunye angimazi lo waleli nto le ofaka lento ama-class band anilazi igama lakhe namanje anilazi
Sergeant Mukhula as well as Brigadier Gininda arrived. There was another one. Umuntu wesilisa lo ma-class band.
Yeah.
There was another gentleman, my lord, but I don't know his name. I don't know who that person or that gentleman was.
And what happened when Brigadier Gininda, Sergeant Mohola, and the gentleman in braces arrived?
Kwenzeka mabefika.
weza kimi yena ubaba lo Ginindi engibuza ukuthi namanje angifuni ukukhuluma iqiniso
Gininda came to me and still asked me, do you still not want to tell the truth?
And then what happened?
mina ngamphendula lapho ukuthi angizazi ukuthi ngangekuphi ngangekho emsebenzini usuke ngisekhaya
I answered him and then I said to him that I don't know where I was because if I am not at work, then I will be at home.
Now, both Sergeant Mohola and Brigadier Gininda testified in this court to say that they were never at that site on the 19th of June 2020.
Bobabili ke uSergeant Mukhula kanye naye uBrigadier Gininda bethule ubufakazi bathi abakaze nge-19 zika June 2020 baya kule ndawo le wena oyishoyo.
Clarity from my colleague that now, I just want to seek clarity from the defense that we are now on the 19th or on the 18th.
Oh, sorry. It's my mistake, my lord. Thank you, my colleague. Yeah, on the 18th.
Nje
at
iphutha
that
ke
spot, at the
ngedate
dumping site. So,
sakhuluma nge-18 babethule ubufakazi babo ke uSergeant Mukhula kanje naye kuBrigadier Gininda ukuthi ngazo le date le 18 abazikaze baya kule ndawo oyishoyo wena.
iphutha balikhuluma nkosi enkantolo
He made a mistake, my lord.
now, you testify that Brigadier Gininda asked you some questions and you replied to him. What then transpired?
Ushilo ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda wasekumuza imibuzo edlula wena kwasekuthini emva kwalokho.
wahamba ke bakhuluma futhi bodwa apha ngingabezwe bakhuluma bethini
He then left. They spoke amongst themselves one side, my lord. I don't know what it is that they were talking.
ngoba umuntu engangimbona ukuthi ngeqiniso nje limsula phambi nkosi enkantolo ngangibona into eyenziwa ke umkhana ka ayengayithandi total angifuna umqambela amanga umntwana wabantu
And the person that I could see, my lord, who was against everything that was happening to me, I don't want to tell lies on his behalf or and lie about him, my lord. Mukhane didn't like what was being done to me.
drive imoto wayelokho engibuke njalo esibukweni ngimbona ukuthi inhliziyo yakhe into le ayimjabulisanga kakhulu
Because even as he was driving the vehicle, my lord, I could see that he was using the rear view mirror, or he was using the mirror which was inside the vehicle, and you could see that his heart was in pain, my lord, because he really didn't like that.
Understand?
Ukuthi ke wawibona ukuthi inhliziyo yakhe ibhlungu, wawibona kanjani leyo nto leyo?
ngayibona ukuthi oqala inkosi enkantolo eze kimi ukuzokhuza
I saw it the first time, my lord, that he came to me to come and stop.
ngoba nasemotweni wayelokho engibheka ngibuthi ngiright yini
In the-
ngithulele ngingamphenduli
Even in the vehicle, he would look at me and ask me if I was okay. I would just keep quiet and not respond to him.
ngoba nje igama engikhumbula ngiphendula ngathi amntwana lahle lapha ngithi uNkulunkulu ambusise namanje ngisakusho lalapha lele khona ngithi uNkulunkulu ambusise
Because the only word that I would say to him, to tell the one that was next to him that as he was seated there, that God should bless him, even where he is resting now, I'm still saying that God should bless him. Sikhuluma ngoMabhena.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo
Yes,
noJonathan ngithi uNkulunkulu ababusise
Yes,
namanje
my Lord.
ngisasho.
Together with Jonathan, I'm still saying that God should bless them.
Now, what then transpired once Kininda has asked you those questions?
Kwase
After
kwenze-
they've had their meeting.
Baqedile ngomhlangano ababenawo uGininda ukubuzile imibuzo banomhlangano baqeda kwase kwenzekani.
Ngase ke ngena ke emontweni lapho ukhona khona umkhani ke imoto esihamba ngingayazi ihamba apha ngimbona ngayento waphuma bheka ngapheni bakuginenda.
Then got into the vehicle, my Lord. I don't know where the vehicle was traveling to, and I also did not see as to where Mr. Kininda went to.
And
Ngoba
the other,
bazona
so,
imoto-
sorry, Mr. Ntanzi. And the other two vehicles, the Nissan Hardbody and the GTI, did you see where they went?
Ezinye imoto lezi ezimbili, i-GTI, Nissan Hardbody, ngaba wabona ukuthi zaya kuphi zona.
Senyuka nazo Nkosi enkantolo ngangayibona ukuthi ishona phi nazo nje
We
kuma
traveled-
sehanjwa ngangayibona ukuthi babheka kuphi.
We traveled with them, my Lord, but as we went ahead with our journey, I didn't see as to where they went to.
Now, eventually, where were you driven or taken by Mohani and Mabena?
Ekugcineni ke wase usiwa kuphi ke uMukhane noMabhena.
Angisayikhumbuli police station Nkosi enkantolo.
I can't recall the police station, my Lord.
Okay. Then you were booked in the cells until the following day, correct?
Wase ubuyiselwa ke emaselini kwaze kwayilanga elilandelayo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I want us to move to the events of the 19th of June 2020. Do you recall the events that transpired that day?
Usakhumbula okwenzeka ngazo i-19 June 2020?
Do you still remember the incident of the 19th of June?
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my Lord.
ngiyakhumbula.
I do.
What transpired on that day?
Kwenzekani ngalelo langa?
Ngalolo langa lele ekseni nje ngoba umkhani wangivusa nje ngizilalela ngoba ngangigodola emaseleni phakathi.
On that day in the morning, because I was woken up by Mukhane because I was just laying there in the cells and feeling cold.
Wangikhipha ke sahamba phinde futhi sangena kuye imoto lapha epaka khona lapha.
He took me and then we got into the vehicle.
Now, before that, let me cut it here and track back a bit. You are now booked at the police station. Did you notify any of the police officers, the cell master, anyone at that police station that you had just been assaulted by the people that brought you to that police station?
Manje uma ke maselini ke manje ngabe khona yini owamtshela ke kulaba mhlambi noma bagada amaseli osebenza khona lapha epolice station ukuthi uqeda ushaywa ke wena manje yilabo bebekade behamba nawe.
Nkosi enkantolo into eyenzekela e-police station la ama-police station lawa la awafani abona lapha ePretoria North alikho iphoyisa lake lafika ke ngoba umuntu uma ephethe ukhiya yokuvulela eseleni ehamba nalo ohamba naye uMabhena engekho umuntu wasestationini ngizoreportela abantu.
My Lord, the police station do not function the same or don't do things the same. There in Pretoria, no one ever came to me, my Lord, because when you are being taken and the key is held by the very same person that you are with, who am I going to report to?
Kube yena Nkosi enkantolo okukhombisa isiport thatha naso isiport thatha nazo ingubo engekho umuntu osebenza la we-uniform kuyibo ekhiye baqede bahamba.
He's the one who's showing you what to take or where to go, and there is no one who is from the police station. Then there is no one that I can report to.
Ngoba nokufika kwami e-police station kwakehla yena umkhani angene ngaphakathi ngamazi ukuthi abangena yele ngisheke noMabhena la nothi emveni kwesikhathi nangeqhamuka evula athi angiye phakathi.
Because what would happen, my Lord, we would arrive at the police station, Mukhane would go in, I would remain behind with Mabhena, he would then come back, he would open for me.
Now, I'll ask it again for fear of repetition. During the two assaults at engine and at the dumping site, did you physically have any visible injuries except the wrists that were injured, the marks that you say you suffered as a result of the handcuffs?
Ngaphandle kwalama mark owashilo ne othi iwona ke asekhona ke noma sabonakalayo. Khona yinto okunye ukulimala okwakukhona owawunako okwakubonakala kulamahlandla amabini owashaywa ngawo. Khona ukulimala okwakubonakala owawunako ngaphandle kwama marks la okhulume ngawo ama handcuffs.
akukho inkosi enkantolo kuphela umzimba yawuza ukuthi umzimba uhlukumezekile.
No, none, my lord, but one could just feel that the body had been abused.
Now, just back a bit as well. When that device was used, the one that you said was used on your torso, did you
Ke isetshenziswa leya nto uthi ayisetshenziswa kuwena ke ingabe khona yini okwenza ngaba wakhala yini?
Inkosi enkantolo ngangikhala.
My lord, I was crying.
now you are on the 19th of June 2020 by the person that booked you. Take it from there. What happened next?
I-19 wakhishwa ke kwasekwenzekani?
Ngayibona imoto ihamba ngazi ukuthi yakuphi.
Just saw the car traveling. I
Yiba
didn't know.
babehamba ngemoto hambisa imoto ngazi iwaphi.
I didn't know where it was driving to, my lord.
Did that motor vehicle finally reach a destination?
Khona la eyafika khona.
Ikhona lapho eyafika khona yangena khona ngoba lapho la masingena thina kunabantu babecula ngathi kune strike khanyana lapho.
Yes, my lord.
Angazi le ndawo eGogo.
It reached somewhere because where we were driving or where we arrived, it was like there were some people demonstrating there, some sort of strike, but I don't know that place. I didn't know the place.
And did that motor vehicle enter premises where it had to stop on your way?
Khona la eyangena khona kufanele ukuthi noma ke la eyafika yema khona.
Yebo kukhona ya kodwa igama lakhona angilazi ukuthi.
Yes, my lord, there is, but I don't know the name of that place or area.
Proceed further, sir.
Qhubeka.
Mayifika khona imoto ngafika ngahlala khona emotweni akaze ngiphume emotweni.
When it arrived there, my lord, I sat in the vehicle. I never went out of the vehicle.
Waphuma umkhane ke ekhuluma nefoni na umabheni bekhuluma nefoni.
Mukhane as well as Mabena went out, my lord. They were speaking using their phones
Ngoba sahlala nje phela isikhathi eside kuleya ndawo imoto imile nje.
because we spent quite some time there. The car just not moving, stationary there.
Just one last question, and I'll take it after the long adjournment. Evidence was led through the aerial expert that there was a stage where the motor vehicle, for 10 minutes or so, was stationary at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. Do you recall the incident?
Kunobufakazi obukhona ke lana ke bawo ke umbiko lo wana we-AVL ukuthi kunesikhathi ke la khona ke imizuzu eyishumi la imoto yayimi khona ke eKhrizani Baragwana kodwa ke ungaphenduli ke sizomshushisa uthini.
I want to object. Evidence it was unlocked, and the fact that it was stationary is not correct.
Let me correct myself. Sorry for putting that version. Where it says GPS unlocked at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, do you recall?
Uyakhumbula ke ubufakazi la bashilo ke mabechaza ngendlela yabo ukuthi ke isho ukuthi iGPS ke leyo ke yayi avaliwe ke. Uyakhumbula ubufakazi lo bekhuluma ukuthi imoto ke khona la etshengisa khona iseKhrizani Baragwana.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
I remember, my lord.
Stay with that incident at Baragwanath because I'll take it after that. My lord,
Zoqhubeka
would that
ke.
be an opportune moment for the long adjournment? It is exactly 1 o'clock, my lord.
Okay, 2 o'clock. Back.
wherever he is resting and even wherever Jonathan is, that may God bless them.
Now let's take it to that area now in Orlando where you are being, sorry, just for clarification, what were they using to assault you?
Babesebenzisani ukukushaya?
Okuyiyona lento Nkosi enkantolo besenza uplastiki nalento le yethoshe.
The plastic that I referred to, as well as this object, the torch object, my lord.
And earlier on you testified that when this torch device was used, water was poured on you. Was water also poured on you on the 19th of June at that place in Orlando?
Ushilo ke ukuthi inkathi besebenzisa yona le yanto ke babekuthela nangamanzi ngazo i19 ke inkathi ke senise Orlando ke manje ngaba nalapho bakuthela ngamanzi.
Eza naye lo Jonathan amanzi.
Jonathan is the one who came with the water.
Now take it from there. You testified that Brigadier Gininda and Sergeant Mukula arrived. What then transpired?
Shilo ke ukuthi kwase kufika uBrigadier Gininda naye uSergeant Mukula kwase kwenzekani ke?
Angithi konto mangishupiwe. Mayeza bayangiyeka afika akhulume nami ethi namanje awufuna ukukhuluma iqiniso ngiyakuyeka mina bekubulala.
When I'm being choked, when he approaches, they would then stop, and then he would ask me, "Are you still not willing to talk?" And I would just let them kill you.
Ngimtshela kodwa akulungile akenze into ayibonayo.
I would then say, "It's okay, do as you please."
What then
Ngoba
transpired?
bayenza into ayibona ukuthi angisanisa amaphepha ngenkani.
And he did as it pleases him, or it pleased him, because he forcefully made me to sign documents.
Did you sign documents then at that place?
Wasuwasayina amaphepha.
Ngicela ngisalile Nkosi enkantolo ngizama ukuyilamulela. Ayikho into engangayenza. Ngoba
I
akekho
ended-
umuntu wangidefendela umkhani wayephenduka ngathi umfana omncane. Futhi wayengeke akwazi ukusongikhulumela la engangishawa khona.
I ended up signing just to protect myself. I couldn't do, and then no one was protecting me. Mukhana would just ended up like a small boy, and he couldn't just come and protect me or defend me.
Now, just for clarification purposes, you've already testified that you were not familiar with Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. Were you familiar with Orlando as a place? Have you been there?
Ushilo ukuthi isibhedlela lesiBarakwana ke indawo ongayazi, kodwa iOrlando yona le ndawo ke yona indawo owawujwayele noma owawuyazi.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo angiyazi mina ngabona ibhodi kuphela manje bhala ukuthi Orlando ufike ngibona into la kubhala ukuthi bese ngithulele.
No, my lord, I wasn't familiar with the place. I only saw the writing on the board that it was Orlando. I just saw that writing, and then I would keep quiet.
And prior to the 19th of June 2020, had you previously been to Moroka Police Station before?
Ngaphambi kwalelo langa lange 19 June 2020 wake waya yini ngaphambilini eMoroka Police Station?
Cha ngangiqala Nkosi enkantolo.
No, it was the first time, my lord.
And before you signed the document that you've just said that you signed now, how long did that assault occur at that place in Orlando?
Ngaphambi kokuthi usayine lela phepha uthi walisayina ke ukushaywa lokhu kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani lapha eOrlando ukuthi bakushaya isikhathi esingakanani?
Eish Nkosi enkantolo laphana angengikazi uqala isikhathi.
I wouldn't be able
Ngoba
to
umuntu
estimate the time, my lord. Yeah.
Umuntu mayenza lento ayenza ayaphinde akhiphe iplastic akhulume laba akhuluma kuma ngafuna uphendula phinde daya akafuna ukukhuluma ngeke ngikwazi ukumeshina isikhathi Nkosi enkantolo.
Because the person would be doing whatever it is that is doing, take out the plastic and then speak to you, and if you don't want to talk, and then would then proceed. So I won't be able to tell the time.
Now, Geninda testified in this case to say that it is not truth that he was there on the 19th and he never drove a white BMW to that place.
Ubufakazi bakhe ke abethule lana ke uBrigadier Gininda uthe akakazaye kule ndawo futhi akaza ashayeleke iBMW emhlophe.
Lokho mina ngiyamphikisa Nkosi enkantolo.
I dispute that, my lord.
Ngoba nguye ozazi imoto zakhe ukuthi zingaki mina ngizazi imoto zakhe.
He is the one who knows the number of cars that he has. I don't know the number of his cars.
Now, the testimony of Mohane, like I told you before, is that he transported you, no, but with travested, mislifted. Now, according to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, he testified that he started taking a statement from you at around 7:30 at Moroka Police Station, 7:30 in the morning on the 19th of June 2020.
Ngobufakazi bakhe ke uKenneth Raphandu uthi ke isikhathi ke aqala ngaso ukuthi athathe istatement kuwena ke ngazo i-19 zika June 2020 kwaku-7:30 ekseni.
Ngiyaphikisana naleyo nto Nkosi enkantolo ngoba ubaba uMgomezulu ngamtshela ngathi akamtshene kodwa akulona iqiniso lelo. Mina ngimbona emini, angimbonanga kuseni. Ekuseni sahlele emotweni ngaze ngiphume emotweni.
I dispute that, my lord. I even informed Mr. Mgomezulu to put it to him that what he's saying is not true, that I only saw in the day and not in the morning. In the morning I was in the vehicle, I never got out of the vehicle.
Furthermore, Colonel Raphandu testified that he completed statement at 11:47 a.m.
Uthi ke isikhathi aqeda ngaso ke kwakunjengaphambi kokuthi kushayeke u12 emini 11:47. Uthi ke isikhathi nanjengoba athi waqala ngo7:30 wase eqeda ke ngo11:47 isikhathi.
Cha iphutha lelo Nkosi enkantolo.
No, that's a mistake, my lord.
And furthermore, Colonel Raphandu testified that he completed the pro forma in the following way. He was asking you questions and you were giving replies. Do you recall the process?
Ushilo ke nendlela ke enza ngayo uthi wayikubuza ke imibuzo ubese uyaphendula ke wena.
Akulona iqiniso lelo Nkosi enkantolo ngoba umuntu mayephethe i-ID number yakho yini azongibuza.
That's not true, my lord, because when someone has got your ID number, what is it that that person is going to ask you?
My lord, at this stage, I'm going to ask that the witness be finished with Exhibit HH, which is the pro forma that was completed by Colonel Raphandu. It's got notes. It's got notes. But as they are looking for that, there are personal details. Let me start at the top. It says confession and admission, and then the date that he completes, it's the 19th of June 2020. The time noted is 6:50. That was 0650 in the morning, and the designation of the officer is Colonel Geninda, to say that he wants a statement to be obtained from Bongani Sandison Tanzi, who wants to make a statement on a First Glorious Police Station, that's number 63610 of 2014, a charge of murder. The language spoken is isiZulu, and is currently held at the Pretoria North Police Station. And then the time of 7:30, according to his testimony, it's here. He starts noting the statement down, and the date is the 19th of June, 2020. Your name is there as a witness. I mean, the witness suspect, Bongani Sandison Tanzi. Your residential address, 125 Freedom Park, Phase 2, Rustenburg. Telephone number known, cell phone number known, work address, you are a contractor, your identification, and then his designation and names are there. That's on page 1.
Masiqala lana ke sibheka ke lana imininingwane ke lena ebhaliwe laphana ke idate ke nge-19 kuJune 2020 isikhathi ke imizuzu ngaphambi nje ukuthi kushaye ke ihora lesikhombisa u10 to 07 6:50 uKennel Geninda amagama akho Bongani Sandison Tanzi ofuna ofisa ukwenza istatement ipolice station Phosphorus babhalwe ke inamba ke iyecala u63610 2014 icala uthweswayo ukubulala ulimi olukhulunywa umsola isiZulu ipolice station Pretoria North isikhathi esibhaliwe lapha yana aqala ngaso ubhala ke u7:30 nge-19 June 2020 bhala igama lakho Bongani Sandison Tanzi ikheli lakho u3125 Freedom Park Phase 2 eRustenburg inamba ke yocingo ayibhaliwe nokuthi usebenza kuphi ke futhi ukuthi ucontractor ne-ID number ngamagama akho abhaliwe naye ke lapha ezansi uLaphatho.
And he further testified that the person that handed you over to him was Jonathan from EMPD SWAT Division.
Washo ke nokuthi ke umuntu okuyena ke owakuletha kuyena kwakuyena ke uJonathan osebenzela yona ke EMD.
Now, his testimony before we dwell onto Exhibit HH is that before he completed this form, he warned you of your constitutional rights, and for brevity's sake, those constitutional rights are the ones that I summarized for you before. The right to remain silent, the consequences of not remaining silent, the right to your own attorney or legal aid, assistance or state expense attorney, the right not to incriminate yourself, the right not to make, the right to challenge the legality of your detention or incarceration. Did he advise you before he started completing this?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ke siqhubekeke naleli phepha leli ke ushilo ke kubufakazi bakhe ukuthi ke wabe esekuxwayisa ke ngamalungelo akho onawo uma sikhuluma ke ngamalungelo ila bengingachazela wona ke ngaphambilini ilungelo lokuthula ungasho lutho ilungelo nokuthi futhi imiphumela noma umphumela wokuthi ukhulume noma ke ungathuli ukuthi ungayini nokuthi futhi ke nayini ngisho noma oyikhuluma ingasetshenziswa njengobufakazi ilungelo lokuthi uyitholele ummeli uma kuukuthi awunayo imali okhokhela ummeli wenzeke isicelo uzokutholela ummeli. Ingaba lawo malungelo lawo amalungelo yini axwayisa ngawo ngaphambilini kokuthi niqhubeke?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo neqiniso nje lemhlophe phambi kwakho. Lobo balona mina ngizange ngikhulume naye.
No, my lord, just being honest, speaking honestly before this court, I never spoke to this gentleman.
Ngale iphepha lele ngilibona libhalela ngani ngoba kube wayekhuluma nami ngangizomtshela inamba yami namanje mina ngayibiza ngekhanda phambi Nkosi enkantolo ngingakhohliwa amanamba.
If he was with regard to this document, if he had asked me for my number, I would have told him my number because I can still even now remember my number.
Ngoba namanje engisho ukuthi into ayibhalela yena into ayibone kwi-ID number yami nephepha leli abathathe eRustenburg endlini nami befuna ukubona athi ufuna ukuthi ngempela ngiyasebenza la.
Because it's written here, my lord, it's information that he took from my identity document as well as the document that they got from Rustenburg when they wanted to confirm as to whether was I working there.
Sorry, am I understanding? Rap Party was also at Rustenburg.
Uma ngikuzwa kahle uthi ubaba uRaphathu naye wayeyile Rustenburg.
Cha iphepha lathathwa uMabhena endlini Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord, the person that took the document from my house was Mabena.
And gave it to Rap Party, that's evidence.
Wayinika uKen Raphathu.
Wanika nje mana kubhala ukuthi contract.
Sir, did he give it to Rap Party? That's what I want to know.
Wamnika uRaphathu.
Yeah, unzothi wamnika Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, I would say he gave it to him.
So let's clarify that point. At Orlando, did you see Mabena giving Colonel Raphathu a particular document?
Orlando wambona yini uMabena enikezela ngephepha elithize elinikeza uKolonel Raphathu.
Wamnika ifile Nkosi enkantolo.
Gave him a file.
Yonke into yayiphakathi la. Ngoba wadotsa amaphepha nowabeka la.
Everything was inside there because he just took out documents and placed them here.
Ngoba nalapha ehlele emotweni ngiyabona amaphepha we-ID wayepresse ngesandla so.
Because as he was seated
So
in the
i-ID
vehicle,
ngiyayibona la kuye.
I could see the documents, even the identity document, I could see it because he had pressed it with his hand.
Now, let's go to the pro forma. We've covered with regard to rights up to, let's do 4.2 of the pro forma on page 2. At page 2, the question is, do you wish to contact a legal practitioner of your own choice or apply for legal aid before you proceed with the statement?
Kunombuzo lana ke uthi uyafisa yini ukuthi ke uxhumane ummeli ke oqoqa noma ozoqoqa wena noma ke wenzeke isicelo sokuthi utholeke ummeli otholakala enkantolo ngaphambilini kokuthi siqhubeke ngale statement.
Was this question asked of you by Colonel Raphathu?
Ngabe uKolonel Raphathu wabuza yini lo mbuzo?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
The answer recorded in response to that is no.
Impendulo ebhalwe la ithi cha.
Did Did you respond like that?
Waphendula ngale ndlela?
Hayi ngiqala ukubona la mina.
No, I'm seeing it for the first time here.
Let's go to 4.3. It says, do you have the name of a legal practitioner in brackets attorney of your own choice, that I can call now?
Umbuzo landelayo ke uthi unalo yini igama sorry lalo mmeli noma ke lo mmeli oqokwe wena engingaxhumana naye njengamanje.
Was this question posed to you by Colonel Rapadu?
uKenneth Rapadu wakubuza ngani wakubuza yini lo mbuzo?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Now, the answer given there is that I do not have any lawyer and I don't want the use of the attorney, neither the legal aid board. I'm giving freely statement. Did you give this answer?
Impendulo ebhalwe lana ithi ke anginaye ummeli futhi ke angifuni ukuthi ngisebenzise ummeli noma kuummeli ke wombuso noma ke illegal aid. Lesi ngisinika mina ngokwami ngikhululekile.
Ngisasho namanje phambi kwenkosi enkantolo ukuthi akazange ngibuze le mbuzo lo mina.
I'm still saying before this court that he never asked me these questions.
And then let's go to paragraph 5. He says, on advice, he says, he then gives the following answers to the question above. The content and the object of every question has been explained to him. Do you understand the advice given to you at 5 of the Justice of the Peace? You say the answer is, and I'm not saying it's your answer, it says, yes, I'm willing to give a statement without any legal practitioner. Was this question posed to you?
Lana ke wase enikeza ngale impendulo ezilandelayo kule mibuzo engaphezulu. Futhi ke nokuthi ke umbuzo ngawodwa usho ukuthini lokho wachazelwa. Ingabe lesexwayiso ngabe lokucetshiswa lokhu ke kulana ke uyakuzwa yini okutshelwa ke iphoyisa leli ke impendulo ke uthi uyayifunda ummeli akasho ukuthi impendulo eyakhishwa kuwena noma ebuya kuwena kodwa uyayifunda. Impendulo ithi yebo ngiyimisele ukunikeza ngestatement ngaphandle ummeli.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo iphutha.
No, my lord, that's a mistake.
And at 6, question 6, it says, do you still continue, do you still wish to continue making a statement?
Bese kuthi ke laphayana ke ku number 6 uthi ithi noma umbuzo uthi usafisa yini ukuqhubeka ukwenza istatimende?
And the answer recorded there is yes, I am continuing.
Impendulo ke ebhaliwe lana ithi yebo ngiyaqhubeka.
First of all, was this question posed to you, and is this the answer that you gave?
Okokuqala umbuzo lona wawubuzwa yini futhi ke ingabe impendulo lena owayinikeza?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo ngiyazi.
No, my lord, I don't know it.
Let's go to 7. It says, have you been assaulted or threatened by any person in order to influence you to come and make this statement? Was this question posed to you?
Umbuzo landelayo ke uthi washaywa yini noma wasatshiswa noma iwuphi umuntu ngenhloso yokugqugquzela ukuthi uze kumina uzokwenza lesi statement?
Cha akazange ngibuze Nkosi enkantolo umbuzo.
No, this question was never asked, my lord.
Mhlaba wayekhona nje.
Because when I was assaulted, he was there.
And then question 7.1, it says, if so, referring to the assault or the threat emanating from the question before, it says, if so, by whom were you assaulted and when, how, and where did it occur? And the notation there is note N/A, which sometimes says not applicable, but I don't know in this case, what does it say?
Lo mbuzo ke olandelayo u7.1 usaqhubeka ke ukusuka kulo mbuzo ongaphambili ukuthi uma kuukuthi ushayiwe noma washaywa ushaywa ubani ushayelwa kuphi nendawo kanjani futhi lokho ke kwenzeka kuphi?
Was this posed to you and did you not comment? Because it seems like there was no comment here.
Ingabe wawubuza yini lo mbuzo mhlambe wona ke awaphendula noma awanikeza ngempendulo ngoba bukeke ngathi ke akunampendulo eyabakhona la.
Akaze ngibuze le mbuzo lenkosi enkantolo.
No, I was never asked these questions, my lord.
And at 7.2, the question is, was this assault reported, and if so, to whom and when? Was this question asked of you by Colonel Rapadu?
Nokuthi ke lokhu kushaywa lokhu wabika yini noma washo ke khona yini wambikela ke uma kuukuthi kunjalo wabikela abani nini?
Nkosi enkantolo ngangizobikela kanjani umuntu ekhona ebona phambi kwakhe la.
My lord, how was I going to report to someone who was there, who could see?
And then question 8, it says, were you in any way influenced or encouraged by any person to make a statement? Was this posed to you?
Olandelayo ke ingaba ikhona yini indlela ekuye kwaba nomuntu noma kwaba nomthelela noma wagqugquzelwa umuntu nje thizeni ukuthi uzokwenza le statement lesi?
Was this asked of you?
Wawubuzwa lo mbuzo lona?
No, nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
At question 9, it says, have any promises been made to you by any person if you should make a statement? Was this question asked of you?
Olandelayo ke umbuzo uthi kunezithembiso yini ezenziwa kuwena noma yimuphi umuntu uma kuukuthi uze uzokwenza le statement lesi?
Was it asked of you?
Wawubuzwa lo mbuzo lo?
Cha, akaze ngidibane nawo nkosi enkantolo.
No, I've never came across it, my lord.
And the recorded answer there is no.
Impendulo ebhaliwe lana ithi cha.
Did you make that reply?
Waphendula ngaleyo ndlela?
Cha, akaze ngibuza nokubuza nje.
No, I wasn't even asked.
Let's go to question 10. It says, do you expect benefits if you make a statement? Was this question asked of you?
Bese uma sesiya jumpa ke manje siya ku 10 ithi ingabe kunenzuzo yini oyilindele uma kuukuthi wenza istatement?
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you this question?
Wakubuza lo mbuzo?
Cha, nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Then we go to 11. It says, have you at any stage in the past made a statement, whether orally or in writing, to any person concerning the incident? Was this question posed of you?
Bese siya ke la ekubuzwa khona ke ukuthi ingabe ngaphambilini wake wasenza yini istatement noma kuukuthi ngokukhuluma noma ke ngokubhala phansi kumuntu noma komunye umuntu ngokumayela nalesi sigameko lesi? Uyabuza ukuthi ukhona umuntu ngaphambilini owake wenza kena ke istatement mayela nalesi sigameko? Usho kanjalo lo mbuzo?
Akaze ngibuziwe lo mbuzo.
I was never asked this question, my lord.
And we go to 12. And the question is, were you arrested, and was this question asked of you?
U12 uthi ke yena ke waboshwa yini? Wawubuza lo mbuzo?
Ngaboshwa yini?
Waboshwa yini?
Ngikhumbula imbuzo mina.
I don't recall him asking, my lord.
And the notated or the recorded answer there is yes. Did you provide this reply?
Impendulo ebhaliwe ke ithi yebo. Wanikeza ngale mpendulo?
Cha, angikwazi.
No.
And at 13, the question is, do you have any injuries? And if so, how and where they sustained?
Bese kuthi ku13 yabuza ulimele yini? Uma kunjalo kanjani? Nini?
Was this question asked of you?
Wawubuza lo mbuzo?
Cha, nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
The recorded answer there is no. Did you provide that answer?
Impendulo ebhaliwe ke la ithi cha. Ingabe wanikeza ngale mpendulo wena?
Hayi, ngiyayiqala nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord, I'm seeing it for the first time.
Then we quickly go to 15, which the question is, do you still wish to make a statement? Was this question asked of you?
Bese siyajumpa ka siya ku 15 uthi usafisa yini ukuqhubeka ukwenza istatement?
Was this posed of you?
Wabuzwa?
Cha, akaze ngibuzwe.
No, I've never been asked.
And the recorded answer there is a yes. Did you give that answer?
Impendulo ebhaliwe-ke ithi yebo, ingabe wanikeza yini ngale mpendulo?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Then we'll jump the redacted part. 16, the question is, are you at this moment under the influence of any liquor or drugs? Was this question posed of you?
Olandelayo-ke umbuzo uthi-ke ingabe njengamanje-ke mhlambe usebenzise utshwala noma izidakamizwa yini? Wawubuzwa yini lo mbuzo?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
And then let me read the whole of 16.1, observation of the justice of the peace, and it goes to 17. Since it appears that the deponent 17.1 is in his sound, sober senses, 17.2 had not been unduly influenced thereto, understands his rights as prescribed by Section 35 of the Final Constitution, freely and voluntarily wishes to make a statement, he is informed that he may now proceed. On completing the statement, it is read to the deponent. He is also given the opportunity of reading the statement himself and of changing the statement if he seems it necessary. Note down whether he also reads through the statement and the answer given is a yes.
Lana-ke ngizoqala khona lana-ke ku-16.1 ukuthi-ke nanjengoba yena-ke ethi-ke wayekanye nawe ehlezi nawe ukuthi yena-ke yini ayibone noma uma ekubhekile-ke ubonani bese kubhaliwe-ke lana nanjengoba kubukeka-ke ukuthi lona-ke onikeza ngaso istatimende-ke ngathi-ke akukho-ke okuphazamisile ngoma amagama akekho ngaphansi akasebenzisanga izidakamizwa noma-ke utshwala nanjengoba futhi-ke esho-ke futhi ukuthi akubanga nomthelela ongemuhle oholele ekuthini-ke azokwenza lokhu futhi namalungelo akhe-ke uyawalandela nanjengoba ebhaliwe-ke kuwona umthetho-sisekelo ngaphansi kwakhe usection 35 futhi-ke ekwenza lokhu-ke ekhululekile kuphuma kuyena ukuthi-ke enze istatimende lesi useyatshelwa-ke ukuthi usengaqhubeka-ke manje sesiqediwe-ke ukubhalwa istatimende uyasifundelwa futhi naye-ke anikezwe nethuba-ke lokuthi ayifundele futhi-ke noma ukuthi kukhona la afuna ukuthi afise ukuthi ashintshe khona akwenzeke lokho uma ebona isidingo sikhona yisho-ke uma kuwukuthi usifundile istatimende waseyabhala laphayana-ke yebo.
Did you read through this statement, sir?
Ingabe istatimende lesi wasifunda yini wena?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo angaphatha ngikwazi ukufunda isilungu.
No, my lord, I can't read English.
What is your highest level of education, sir?
Esikoleni wafunda waqedela kuphi noma wafica kuphi?
Aqedanga ngagcina 8 ngaphuma.
Standard 8.
Yeah.
I didn't complete my school, my lord. I went up to standard 8.
And were at this, because you said were they interpreted to you, these questions up to 18.1?
Lembuzo lena-ke ingaba wayihunyushelwa yini?
Cha mina Nkosi enkantolo kwayona lento le ngiyibona isikhathi kuthiwa ngisayine mina ngisayiniswa ngenkani. Angiyazi ukuthi ayibhala ukuthini phakathi.
No, my lord. The only time I saw this was when I was being forced to sign it. As to what was contained or written in there, I didn't know.
Did Colonel Rapadu read back the statement to you?
Ingabe uKenel Rapadu esesibhalileke istatement leso eseqedileke wakufundela yini?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo. Azange ngifundele nix.
No, my lord, he did not read anything back to me.
And at the time, Rapadu was noting what he called our responses that are coming from you. Did he show you, each time the question was asked, did he show you what he was writing as the responses coming from you?
Nanjengoba-ke uKenel Rapadu wayebhala phansi-ke le impendulo athi yena-ke impendulo ezazibuya kuwena. Ingabe wayikutshengisa yini-ke uma ebhala athi-ke naku engikubhalayo ngibhala lento oqeda uyisho?
Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord. That's not the case.
Now, sir, sitting here and testifying in court, was this document completed in your presence?
ngaba le document noma leli phepha leli ke uma libhala ligcwaliswa ke kwaze kwayo basegcineni ke kwenziwa lokho ukhona. Uma libhala ukuthi liqede yonke into ebhalela yabhala lento ukhona.
Angazi Nkosi enkantolo umuntu mayehleli lapha ngimazi ukuthi wenzani ngimbuka ngamehlo kuphela.
I don't know, my lord, because when someone is seated there, I don't know what that person is
Noma
doing.
ubhala-
I'm just looking at the person.
Noma ubhala wona lento noma ubhalelwa kwakhe ngimazi.
Whether he is writing this or is writing his own thing, I don't know.
Now, at the footer of that document, starting on page 1, page 2, page 3, 4, and I think it ends at page 5, there's, at the footer, at the bottom left of the document, there's what appears to be a thumbprint, and next to it, there's what also appears to be a signature.
Uma ubheka ke lana siqala kule page la nala ila nala le yesithathu page yesine sofica ke kule yesihlanu kunesithupha njengoba ubona ecaleni kwale eduze kwaleso sithupha leso ke kubuka ngathi kusayindiwe lapha yana kuwonke lama page la.
Now, whose thumbprint is that on that document?
Isithupha sikabani lesi kulama page ke engikukhombise wona.
Isithupha yesesami Nkosi enkantolo ngoba ngangiforced ukuthi ngisayine lento le signature yeyami. Angizenzelanga ngoba ngithanda.
My thumbprint, my lord, because I was being forced to put my thumbprint as well as my signature, but I did not do that out of my own free will.
And the signature also, do you also confirm that, is that your signature?
We are sure ukuthi nesingunala wena usayina.
Yeah, we signature ngeyami ngiyavuma Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes,
Angisayinanga ngokuthanda kwami.
Yes, my lord, I do confirm it is my signature, but I did not sign out of my own free will.
Ngoba ukuze sayinela ngase ngizama ukuphumula Nkosi enkantolo. Ngoba ngase ngikhathele ukushaya.
Because by signing here, my lord, I was just trying to get some rest because I was tired of being assaulted.
Now, this document is completed, you append your signature, and there's a thumbprint also affixed there. What then transpired after that?
Sekuqediwe ke yonke ke lento ke manje usubeke isithupha usayindile kwase kwenzekani ke emva kwalokho.
Ngahamba Nkosi enkantolo ngabuyela emontweni.
I went back to the vehicle, my lord.
iFortune le yayihlele umhani phakathi.
The Fortuner in which Mukhane was seated in.
And where were you transported from there?
Ukusuka lapho waya kuphi?
Angibonanga indlela ukuthi kwakuyiwa kuphi.
I did not see the route as we were traveling as to where were we going.
But did you reach a final destination from
Kodwa egcineni
that
khona la
Orlando site?
enafika khona.
Lapha yafika ngena khona imoto yama ngoba ngathi mase ngoba imoto isuka lapha sasemkhona inyuka. Babehamba bekhuluma nefoni ngoba isendile ukugcina into amanqedweza kahlalanga. Wathi amanqedwe kwenza into lena nje ngathatha amaphepha bahamba. Wahamba naye lo baba lo. Akangamshiya ukuthi ngigibele nana njengoba ngihamba naye.
Yes, my lord, from there the car traveled, and at that time Gininda was already gone. He had already taken the document and he had also left with this gentleman referring to Colonel Rapadu. He did not travel with us as he came with us.
Proceed, sir.
Ngoba sithema sambe ndlela mabhena wa athi phone. Kwathiwa asize ku police station uMroka sasangena khona. Masifika khona ngehlisa futhi emoto kwathiwa khona amaphepha engingabasayinanga ngiwajampile.
Because as we traveled, we received a call. We then told to go back to Morocco, and when we arrived at Morocco, I was then made to get out of the vehicle and told that there are certain documents which I didn't sign. Not because, or not as they said here that they were waiting for keys. There were no keys that they were waiting for. That is a mistake.
Now, there, did you then sign the pages that they said you had skipped, and did you affix your thumbprint on those documents as well?
Masenifika ke khona lapho wawasayina ke lamaphepha la bethiwa ukhohliwe ke kuwasayina noma awasayina wabeka nesithupha sakho futhi.
Hayi sayine ngabeka isithupha kuphela.
Not my signature, but only the thumbprint.
Ngoba isignature ayikhona ngokushoda isithupha.
Because the signature was already there. It was only the thumbprint that wasn't there.
After that exercise, what then transpired?
Kwase kwenzekani ke emva kwalokho?
Emveni ngalokho inkosi enkantolo imoto yaphuma ke khona sahamba ngangabona ukuthi ihamba kuphi ngoba ukusuka kwayo mangaphosisi ngayibona nje mina sijapa angisazi baya police station enye noma singenanga kodwa phakathi lo police station safike nje sama ngaphandle.
We then proceeded, my lord. There's this particular police station that we went to, but we did not go inside there. We just stopped outside.
Wehla kumhani wangena ngaphakathi inkosi enkantolo.
Muhane alighted and went in.
What then transpired?
Masahleli lapho kwangena ifoni kumabhena ngamathi mabhena hello mphathi.
While seated there, Mabena received a call, and then that's when I heard Mabena responding by saying, hello Mphathi, which is hello boss.
Ngoba ngangiweza impendulo zakho mabhena emekhuluma emethi kuthiwa angabhukha lapha engibhukha khona akiwe Rustenburg.
Because I could hear from Mabena's answers, my lord, that I was not supposed to be booked there. I must be booked back into Rustenburg.
Ngeqiniso ke inkosi enkantolo imoto ihambile. Ngangayibona ukuthi ihamba apho ngayibona isiphuma i-toll gate mina leya se-Rustenburg ebhala ukuthi bakwena.
Indeed, the car traveled. I didn't see where it was traveling, but I only noticed when it was going through the toll gate, the one written Bakwena.
Ngoba yona leya ihamba usayitshena umhulu imoto ngayibona iphuma kwi-toll gate imala phambi kwethu ngoba iya eshaya ublue light ngemuva yona escort yami ngoba uJonathan basebehambile.
I saw the vehicle in which Mukhula was traveling in when it just passed the toll gate and just waited for us, in other words, parked in front of us, because it was the same car that was escorting us.
Now, just before I disturb you on your chain of testimony, evidence led in this court is that on the trip to Rustenburg, Mohane Mabena traveled with you, and Sergeant Mohola and Brigadier Gininda traveled separately. You only met in Rustenburg. What is your comment?
Ngobufakazi ke obusebethuke phambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi ke ukuya eRustenburg uMukhane noMabhena behamba nawo. Umukhula noGininda babehambela bona nani izohlangana ngaphambili.
Cha inkosi enkantolo iphutha lela abambale nalo wesithathu babehamba nalo ama-class band abangamshini.
No, my lord, that is a mistake. They should also count the third person who was with them, the one that was wearing the braces.
Masihamba endleleni inkosi enkantolo yiyo la eyiza ngemuva la yadriver ngusayitsheni imoto. Ifortuna yahamba phambi kwayo. Kwi-toll gate siphume sonke.
When we were traveling, my lord, that is the very same car that was escorting us, driven by Mukhula, coming behind us. When we exited the toll gate, we were together.
Ingakho ngicela ubaba uNgomezi ngicela ngicelele i-footage ye-toll gate mayezothena siphumanga sonke siphume ngokuhlukana.
Hence, I made a request to Mr. Mgomezulu to request for the footage of the toll gate if they were disputing that we were together there at the toll gate.
Now, for clarification purposes, what car was driven by Sergeant Mohola on the way to Rustenburg?
Endleleni eya eRustenburg yiphi imoto eyayishayelwa uSergeant Mukhula?
Angisakhumbuli noma kwakuyiphi noma kwakuyigolf angisakhumbuli kahle kahle ngoba imoto bayishintsha.
I can't recall whether it was a BMW, a Golf, because they change cars.
Now proceed further. You then proceed to Rustenburg. What then happened? Did you reach your destination?
Na yofika ke eRustenburg.
Yebo sifikile ePhukeng.
Yes, we got to Phukeng.
Let's go at Phukeng when you arrived for the first time there.
Manifika lapho naya kuphi.
Singene police station inkosi enkantolo yakhona.
We went to the local police station, my lord.
And what was the reason for going to the police station, if you know that?
Kwakuyini injongo yakuya khona lapha police station?
Angazi inkosi enkantolo.
I don't know, my lord.
And just for clarification, you are at Phukeng. It's the Toyota Fortuna and the other car that was driven by Mohola that you don't know what it was. Did you from Phukeng then go somewhere else?
Senise Phukeng ke manje
At Phukeng
iFortune.
SAPS, did you go somewhere else? Sorry.
Senise Phukeng ke manje kukhona iFortune nale ke eyishayelwa uMukhula. Ukusuka lapho khona la enaya khona mayiphuma epolice station yasePhukeng khona la enaya khona.
Yebo sala lapho ngihlala khona Phase 2 Freedom Park inkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord, we went to where I resided in Phase 2 Freedom Park.
Now, evidence led in this court is that the reason for going to Phukeng SAPS was for the investigating team on this matter to get an escort to go to your residence? Were you accompanied by police from Phokeng SAPS?
Ufakazi baboke uma bebethula la enkantolo bashilo ukuthi injongo yokuthi baye e-police station yasePhukeng kwakuwukuthi bayothola ke amaphoyisa endawo ayizobaphelekezela ke ukuthi niye la uhlala khona wena. Mbuzo uthi ke ngabe naphelezelwa yini amaphoyisa endawo asePhukeng?
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo.
That's true, my lord.
Then take it further now. When you are at your place of residence in phase 2, what transpired there?
Kwase kwenzekani ke manje senifikile ke e-phase 2 la uhlala khona kwenzekani?
Masifika elokishini Nkosi enkantolo lapha engangihlala khona e-phase 2 eFreedom Park.
When we got into the township, my lord, where I was staying in phase 2 Freedom Park,
Sangena ngestrata lese engangihlala iphevile ukuhamba amatekisi vendlela amatekisi.
we then got into the township through the street in which, the very same street in which I am staying in, where the taxis are operating or are traveling.
Makufanele ngabe sifika ngalapha engihlala ngakhona imoto yamisiwe.
When we were about to reach my place of residence, then the car was stopped.
Behla ke emotweni no mama umhola no Kinenda no Mabhena no Mkhane no baba lo ngangamazwa amaClespand.
They then alighted from the vehicles, that is Mrs. Mohula, Mr. Kininda, Mohane, Mabena, as well as the unknown gentleman.
What then happened?
Mabehla ke behambeke ngumgwaqo lapha engangihlala khona ngoba lapha sesimkhona akhona into njaba nje strata sokuqala kwesesibili bayafika khona.
They then walked, my lord, towards where I was residing because it wasn't far from where we were parked. We just jump one street
Ngoba
and
mina
get there.
lapha engangimkhona ngangemnamaphoyisa sePhukeng ngawayanga le wona ngangisheke nawo la escort.
Because where I was left with the Phukeng police station. They did not go there with them.
Bahamba ngabona bejika ngathi bajikela ngaseJardini angazi ukuthi eJardini kwake kwenziwani.
They walked, they then turned towards the premises. I don't know as to what it is that they went to do there.
And when you say premises, what are you referring to?
Uma uthi ke eJardini ukhuluma ngani?
Lapha engihlala khona ngangireta khona.
Where I was residing, my lord.
What then transpired?
Kwase kwenzekani?
Ngoba ngihlele emotweni ngathi ngiyababuka kunogesi la wamapholi kuyakhanya vele lapha. Ngiyababona ngoba behamba mebejika futhi ngiyababona. Angibazi ukuthi bafike benzani ngale.
From where I was seated, my lord, I could see because there was a lamp, a pole, so I could see as they were walking and even when they turned. But as to what it is that they did when they got inside, I don't know.
What then happened, sir?
Ukuthi ke ngasenkantolo bangela benzana mina ngangisheke emotweni angibazi.
As to what it is that they did when they got inside, I don't know because I was in the vehicle.
Ngaphinde ke ngababona ke sebebuya sebeza ke mina.
I then saw them coming back towards me.
What then happened, sir? When they
Mayefika
came
ke kimi ubaba lo Mkhane uphethe okuplastic okuncane nje so ngesandla.
When they got to me, Mukhane was in possession of a small plastic.
Mayefika emathi ndoda ngithola nazo enhlamvu endlini yakho akaze ngiyibone ngamehlo ngoba kaze plastic mayethi ngithola nazo enhlamvu endlini yakho azange ngiyibone ngamehlo.
When he got to me, he said, I'm getting these ammunition from your house, and he was sort of shaking them. I couldn't see them a lot because they were in the plastic, and then said, I found these ammunition from your house.
What was your reaction or what was your response to that incident, Mukhane showing you a plastic bag saying, we found ammunition from your residence? What was your response?
What he nige when umuphendula mayesho?
Ngathi mina kayikhiphe ngiyibona akaze ngiyibone namanje.
I asked him to take them out for me to see them because even up to now I've never seen them.
Ngoyazi endlini yami Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi mina akunani kusanda ukhiye ushiya kimi lapha ephokoteni.
And my lord, knowing very well that there was nothing in my house, and he left the key with me in my pocket.
And endlini Nkosi enkantolo engihlala khona kukhiwa igrill ibhakla kunomnyango. Mina ngangiphethe ukhiye wegrill phela webhakla. Umnyango ngangenawo.
And my lord, where I was staying or where I'm staying, there was a burglar gate or a burglar bar as well as a door. So I only had the key to the burglar gate, but not that of the door.
Ukuthi yena ke intamvu leza khuluma ngazo ukuthi wayithola endlini yami ukuthi wayithola kiphi ngisafuna ukwazi namanje.
As to the fact that he found ammunition in my house, I still want to know up to today as to where he got them from.
Now, you testified that on the 16th of June 2020, when you were arrested, Mohane and Mabena came to you, you were with your partner. On the 19th, where was she? On the 19th of June 2020, where was she?
Ushilo ukuthi ngazo i16 ke nkathi uposhwa ke okanye ke naye ke usesilona uthi ke uthandana naye ke ngazo i19 wayekuphi?
Angazi Nkosi enkantolo ngoba ngena ngejardini.
I don't know, my lord, because I did not go into the premises.
Now, evidence led in this court is that from Phokeng, you were transported to your place, you were taken out of the car, and the police officers that were there, Mokola, Mohane, Mabena, they went together with you into the house. A search was conducted.
Ngobufakazi ke ophambi kwalenkantolo mama kiwa ke ephukeni ke ukuthi ke kwahanjwa nawe uma ngenwa khona lapho phakathi ke egcekeni ke kwangenwa nawe kwase kuseshwa.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo lona iqiniso.
No, my lord, that's not true.
And at some stage during the conduct of that search, the said ammunition was found in your premises, in your presence.
Baqhubeka ke ngobufakazi babo bathi nkathi ke belapho besesha ukhona wena base bethola zona lezo inhlamvu lezo.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo lona iqiniso lela. Ngangengekho na bejardini. Babe ngishiye emotweni. Ngizophuma kanjani kodwa futhi ngicwele igazi ngoba abantu lapha bahlala bephithizele lokushina lapho enhlala khona.
No, my lord, I was never on the premises. I was left in the vehicle. And how would I have gotten out of the vehicle when I was feeling a cold and also bleeding? Because there are always people there. The place is always busy.
And further evidence was led in this court that upon finding that ammunition, you were asked whether you possessed the license to possess same, and your answer was no. Then you were then arrested for possession of the said ammunition.
Qhubeka ke ubufakazi buthi ke bathi mase bethola ke noma kutholakala inhlamvu lezo wabuzwa ukuthi unayo yini ilicense ekuvumelayo ukuthi ube nazo lezo inhlamvu lezo waphendula ke wena wathi cha. Uma uthi cha ke ila uboshwe khona.
Nkosi enkantolo namanje ngiyaphinda ngithi inhlamvu akaze bangikhombise futhi awukho umbuzo ngawuthi umuntu mezofika ke mathi ndoda ngithola nakho endlini yakho ngithi vula ngibona ngangibonisi namanje Nkosi enkantolo Rustenburg ngayicela ngathi ngicela inhlamvu ukuzibona akaze bayilethe inhlamvu enkantolo.
My lord, I was never shown those ammunition. I requested to be shown those ammunition, and I also requested to be brought to court, and it has never been done.
Now, after that was done, and just for clarification purposes, it's neither here nor there. Gininda stated that he never entered your yard when the search was conducted because he was outside making calls, but it's neither here nor there. Let's move on. After the said ammunition was allegedly found, where were you taken?
Sayitholakele ke inhlamvu lezo naya kuphi?
Sabuyela khona Nkosi enkantolo police station.
We went back to the police station.
Ase Rustenburg ePhukeng.
Rustenburg in Phokeng.
What happened at Phokeng police station?
Kwenzekani lapho?
Bafika ke bangena ngaphakathi mina ngangisele emontweni.
They went inside. I remained in the vehicle.
Ngisele noMabhena bona bangena ngaphakathi.
Together with Mabena. I remained with Mabena. They went in.
Now, evidence led in this court is that at Phokeng you were then placed in the cells. After that, that is, you were booked in the cells. At some stage later, you were booked out, and then you were taken to, we'll come to that destination. What is your comment?
Bathi base bekufaka ke emaselini ke lapho ePhokeng. Yila bathatha bakubhuka khona ke kumasel asePhokeng.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo iphutha amasela sePhukeng angazi nokuthi.
No, my lord, that's a mistake. I don't even know how Phokeng cells look like.
Ngangihlele emotweni mina akaze ngingena ngisho ngaphakathi ePolice station ngoba lento yokustupa weza nawo ke imoto ngesitube ayintshela ukuthi uyangicharge ngichargela inhlamvu zesibhamu ngithi lokho ngithi ziphi ezohlamvu ngichargela zona waye ungangibonisi kanti.
I was in the vehicle, my lord. I was left in the vehicle. I never went inside because as he informed me about the ammunition, I even asked him to show me the ammunition because I never saw the ammunition.
Then from there, from Phokeng, SAPS, were you taken somewhere else?
Uma senisuka ke manje epolice station yasePhokeng khona la abakuhambisa khona.
mabeqeda izinto zabo bebezenza saphuma sahamba ke angiyazi police station le angalala kuyo khona.
When they were done with what they were doing, we then left. I don't know the police station where I slept.
Now, evidence led with regarding to that is that you were taken from Phuking, then you were booked at Primrose SAPS.
Bathi ke kufakazi babo ke bona uma besuka lapho ke basake ku police station yase Primrose.
Angeke ngiphikisane nami Nkosi enkantolo ngoba igoli into engayazi kahle kahle.
I wouldn't dispute if that's what they say, my lord, because I am not that familiar with Gauteng or Johannesburg.
Now, Mohani testified that on the 21st of June 2020, he charged you, and then on the 22nd of June 2020, you were then taken to Kabane Court for your first appearance on the Phuking possession of ammunition charge.
Ufakazi wakhe ke uMkhane uthe ngazo i21 kuJune ila asekuthwesa khona ke icala noma amacala ke mala nazo ke inhlamvu lezi kwase kuthi nge22 kuyena ke uJune ila oyobingelela khona ke imantshi inkantolo yaseTlhabane.
Nkosi enkantolo yebo ngayibona sengise Rustenburg ngoba imoto mayihamba la ngangazi ukuthi yabona sengise Rustenburg kodwa enkantolo lapha safe sapaka khona imoto okoqala kwakuvale ngedanger tape lapha abantu begcwele ngaphandle.
Yes, my lord, we ended up in Rustenburg. When we left here, I didn't know where we were going, but we ended up in Rustenburg. And when we arrived there, my lord, the court, there was that tape. In other words, they had cordoned off, and there were a lot of people that were there. The place was cordoned off.
My lord, I see it's post 327. I want to broach a new aspect beginning tomorrow. Okay. Is this an opportune time?
Okay, fine. Yeah, we adjourn until tomorrow 10.